Lago
This
Vista.
conference will now be recorded.
Thank you. All right, notice is hereby given that the Lago Vista City Council is holding a regular meeting on Thursday, March 4th, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. as prescribed by VTCA Government Code Section 551.041 to consider the following agenda items. Sandra, please note we have all of our council members here minus Dick Weatherly, and he should be joining us at some point today. He just had some errands to run. We will start with an executive session. Number one, convene into a closed executive session pursuant to sections 551.071, advice of counsel, 551.072, real property, 551.074, personnel, section 551.087, economic development, Texas Government Code, and section 1.05, Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct regarding A, consultation with legal counsel and possible action concerning any regular meeting agenda item requiring confidential attorney-client advice necessitated by the deliberation or discussion of said item. And this is as needed. B, consultation with legal counsel regarding pending or threatened litigation pertaining to cause number D-1-GN-20-007701, David Stewart versus City of Lago Vista, Travis County 98th District Court. C, consultation with legal counsel regarding pending of threatened litigation pertaining to cause number D-1-GN-21-000345, Brenton Christian and Martina Christian versus City of Lago Vista, Travis County 201st District Court. Discussion regarding the purchase of approximate 10 acres of commercial property and authorize the city manager to execute the purchase. Discussion regarding the purchase of half strip of property locating at 20813 Peacemaker Trail. Discussion regarding the library expansion project. G, discussion regarding Lago Vista Property Owners Association request for payment. And H, consultation with attorney regarding concession services agreement with Dustin and Chelsea Barton doing business as The Bunker Bar and Grill. And we will convene into executive session at 5:33 p.m. And we will be back here at 6:30. See y'all in a little bit.
I don't know what happened. Just
Do they already go into executive session, I presume? Anyone?
Yes,
They are,
Paul, they just went in. They just went in
Thanks, Diane.
and said, and they said they would be back at 6:30-ish. Well,
Okay,
I
good.
added the ish.
Thanks, Diane.
Does anybody see Mr. Weatherly on the board? All right, I see Mr. Weatherly present, so. All right, we reconvene from executive session into open session to act as deemed appropriate in city council's discretion. Sandra, please note that Mr. Weatherly was in, Councilor Weatherly was in attendance at the executive session, so you can put him down as joining at about 5:35. So we're back into open session. Before I go through each individual item, Aaron, would you like to give an overview to everybody about our executive session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For item A, we did have I provided some legal advice regarding item, I think it's regarding item 9 and items 8 and 9. I provided some legal advice regarding those two items. I provided legal updates on the status of the two pending cases that are items B and C on the agenda, the two court cases. I provided a status update on the property sale that had been previously authorized, which is item D. There was minimal discussion regarding item E, or some discussion regarding that item. Item F, I recommended we remove from the executive session because it should have actually been on the regular part of the agenda, and so council may take that up here after the executive session items. Any action on those? We have not fully addressed items G or H. We will be going back into executive session on those two items.
All right. So, quick housekeeping note here before we proceed any further. Over the last few months, I have been fielding lots of requests from people in attendance about the length of our council meetings, going to 12, 1 o'clock in the morning, and the procedures and things that we do in our meetings. As you know, I've been pretty lenient with the way I allow the citizens to address council, but I've fielded enough, I don't want to say complaints, but enough things that we're gonna tighten our council's meetings back up. And so when we address agenda items, citizens will be allowed to make their comments. We're going to go back to the 3-minute time frame. You will have 3 minutes to provide your comments to council. We're not going to be doing any kind of debating back and forth between council members and members in the audience. If there's something that council members would like to address, they can do so at their discretion, but they will not have to. You will have the 3 minutes. So if you have something to say, make sure you get it all in that 3 minutes, because I'm not going to recognize you a second or third or fourth time on a single agenda item. All right. Oh, and I've also asked that if you have critters in your household, it is distracting to see cats and birds and all kinds of things flying around in front of the screens and stuff. So I've been asked to address either keep your camera off or keep all the kids and dogs and stuff from running around in front of the camera. So with that being said, on executive session, does anybody in the audience have any comments? Yes, I recognize Mr. Paul Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I presume, just to confirm, I presume that I cannot comment on item G at this point in time, and I'll need to wait until after you guys return from executive session at the end of the meeting.
You can, because if you want to make a comment, we will be going back into executive session. And if you think it might be something pertinent for us to consider.
I think it would be so on G, I would just like to submit that I think that the city should pay its dues that it owes to the POA. However, I think there's an opportunity there to see if the city can, in return for that, secure the opportunity for non-property owning, non-POA members to be able to buy in. Verifiable citizens should have the opportunity to be able to buy in to the POA. That's all. Thank you.
And you can stick around for the end of the meeting, and there may be more information provided at that time.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right. So it is now time for council to act as deemed appropriate regarding A, any necessary action regarding any regular meeting agenda item. No action. B, take any necessary action regarding pending or threatened litigation pertaining to cause number D-1-GN-20-007701.
No action.
No action. C, any necessary action regarding pending or threatened litigation pertaining to cause number D-1-GN-21-000345.
No action.
No action. D, any necessary action regarding the purchase of approximate 10 acres of commercial property.
No action.
No action.
No action. Just a comment on that. If y'all will remember, the council has already taken action on D. So this was actually, either way, the way it's worded, You think there was any necessary action? Council's already taken action at a previous council meeting. So this was just an update that was provided. Where am I at? E, any necessary action regarding the purchase of half strip of property located at 20813 Peacemaker Trail. Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Mr. Mayor, I think what we discussed in session was that we were not provided all the information necessary. There was no size nor total value, and we thought that we needed to table this one, I believe.
Is that a motion?
That is the motion. Yes, sir.
I'll second.
All right, so I got the motion by Councilor Sullivan, second by Councilor Prince. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion carries. Items tabled. Unanimous. F. All right, so F is being pulled out. And so G and H, I'll go to G and H. We have not discussed those. We will be going back into session later. So we'll go straight back to F. And any necessary action regarding the library expansion project. And because this was not put in the packet in the open session like it was supposed to be, we don't have the staff summary or any of the supporting documents that go with it. But this was brought to us by our city manager, Roger Chan. So Mr. Chan, at this time, if you would like to address council with any information on this, you may do so. Yes, no? Mr. Chan? You're muted somehow.
Yeah, he's not muted, but we can't hear him.
No, he's got that separate
Oh,
microphone. He's got to hit the button on.
Yeah, there we go. I was responding to the previous message that I received on Peacemaker. Which one would you like me to address?
The library expansion project. Did you have information to share on that?
Only that in order to move forward, we're having to resubmit for bids on that to get a price, because it's been quite a gap. And there's already been approval to move forward. We just have to get the proper bids.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, may I add some?
Sure.
So the purpose of this discussion tonight was the council previously approved a specified amount of money for the project. That money that was previously approved did not include any of the mechanical, electrical, or plumbing, the MEP work that would need to be done before we could go put this project out for bids to get a contractor. We have coordinated with our architect who did the initial drawings for the building. Initially, the MEP work was slated to be done in-house by Roy and Eric and others who have those capabilities. However, their workloads are such that it's really not feasible for them to do that work. Plus, because we have an architect involved, it would be, and it's his license under which this building was designed. It's more appropriate to have the proper consultants to provide that MEP design work. The additional funds that are needed for the project, we wanted to bring this back in front of you so that you could approve the additional funds for the MEP design work. Jerry Caperton is our architect who did do the design. He submitted a proposal to Mr. Jambor for the additional MEP work. That additional amount would, their proposal was $13,600 for these additional services. The scope would include the MEP engineering fee. They would provide MEP engineering design services for the approved project that will coordinate with the plans that this particular architect has designed and with the city's needs and budgetary requirements based on the square footage that had been in their design. In consultation with them, they reached out to a couple different entities that do this MEP work, and they took the lower of the two bids that they got from those consultants. And so although it is the $13,600 is one is for professional services, so it's a little different under your bidding laws, but we wanted to make sure for purposes, for kind of transparency purposes, that because the other $760 some odd thousand that y'all had already approved, we wanted to make sure that you knew that, you know, to get your approval on this additional cost. Once the MEP work is done, then we would have a full bid package that we could put out to get bids for a contractor to actually do the construction of the library expansion and city hall council chambers work. And so for your consideration is the approval of the $13,600 that Danzy and Davis Architects would be charging for the MEP engineering services.
So is this, I mean, is this, are y'all asking, is staff asking council to take action on this tonight? Or is this something that you're going to come back with an actual full package, staff summary and everything?
If you prefer, we can certainly bring it back to you at the next council meeting. In looking at this, this really should have been something that was on the regular agenda and a staff summary provided and a copy of the proposal document that was submitted to us in late February. We're happy to do that if that's your choice. It is on your agenda if you want to take action this evening. I've given you the number. The scope of work is limited to that mechanical engineering and plumbing engineering design service. So it's really up to you, Mr. Mayor, how y'all want to approach it.
All right, thank you. Councilor Marion.
Just a quick question. Since the initial bid didn't include any of this work, does this impact the validity of that bid? Is this something that now we need to rebid with this NEP included?
So the original bids the original bids that we got are no longer valid, right? The council approved a specific amount of money that could be used. Now, what we would do with this amount of money, this is the design services portion of that money that has to be done on the front end before we put this out for bid for construction purposes. So we're starting over with bids for the actual construction of the facility. You had previously budgeted for a specific amount of money, and this amount, if you don't approve additional funds, would take away from the amount you had already budgeted for that project. So that's I just want to make sure that's clear.
All right. Yes, Councilor Marion, you have follow up?
Yes, my only follow-up would just be to, in response to what you asked, Mayor, I would just be in favor of this coming back later with full information, all details that we might need to know.
Okay. Councilor Sullivan.
Ooh, something's wrong. You're going in and out of.
Yeah, am I okay now?
There you are.
Okay, thanks again, Mayor. My question is, where would this money be coming from?
So the way I understand it, it would be coming off the top of that money that we had already approved for the project, unless we change the amount that we previously approved. So
I just, if that is the case, I would just point out that I believe when we bid it out before, the idea was that internal staff was going to do the MEP design work, and all that money was going to go towards the eventual construction. And now we're going to be a little bit short on funds compared to what we were before. So just FYI.
Yep. Council Prince.
If I'm looking at the right thing in the capital improvement program, there is, for this fiscal year, there is a budgeted item of $784,464. So, you know, finding this $18,000 to do this work seems like, let's just figure it out of that. Let's not raise the budget. But I would say let's actually have a staff summary that provides real details and real numbers and the big picture on the project, not just an $18,000 number when we're really talking about something that's almost $800,000.
As a point of clarification, I just want to make sure y'all are aware. So the number that was budgeted previously was based on the bids that we received from the previous contractors. We don't know today what those bids are going to look like when we go back out to get new numbers from contractors that may want to bid on this project. I think that there's a bigger discussion we should have, and because we have it lit the way the agenda is reading, my recommendation would be that y'all let us bring this back to you with more details and have a broader discussion of more aspects of this project, so that because I don't want to get too far off the agenda, and it sounds like you need a little more detail. So my recommendation would be to, Roger can do the full workup. This is typically something our city manager brings forward to you guys. Staff will give the bits and pieces that need to go, and he can present this to you in a couple weeks.
Agree.
Yep.
There you go.
Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Do we need to make a formal motion to table till the next meeting?
Yes,
I want to take some comments from the audience before we get there.
Okay, fair enough.
Does anybody on council have any more comments, questions? All right, anybody from the audience? I think I saw Miss Darcy's hand up.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. That's what I was going to bring up, was what Aaron had just said about that. When you guys discuss this, because I've been asking the question, what has happened with the remodel for City Hall and the library? I've been asking this for months and nobody could answer. They said it had to go back out for bid. So I want everybody on council to remember that when this was up last year, first it was okayed by the citizens for like a $240,000 expansion, okay? It was just supposed to expand the library. Then it grew to expanding City Hall. And then once it came to you guys, it went all the way up to $770,000 on IRA's bid. That was what you guys were going to get in a contract with IRA for, was the $770,000. Now his thing looked like one of those metal buildings. Nobody on council has even seen the architect's drawings yet. That has not even been brought to council. You guys don't even know what it looks like. So I would say that you guys need to take this whole mishmash and put it back together and send it out because it's going to go up. I mean, in a year's time, all of our modeling, drywall, everything has gone up this last year that you would not. I would probably put 1/3 higher on top of that $770,000. I would probably tell you this is going to cost you probably $1.1 million to get this done. And so you need to prepare for that a little better. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
just as a point of clarification, the drawings that Dancy and Davis did were the drawings that were prepared for IRA. So they are the same thing that was previously looked at. It just didn't include the MEP piece.
All right. Thank you. All right. Anybody else in the audience? Comments? All right. It is now open for action or further discussion. Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Mayor, I'd make a motion that we table this item to the next meeting so that we can get a full write-up by the staff to evaluate.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Councilor Sullivan and a second by Councilor Marion. Any further discussion? Mr. Williams, did you have your hand up?
No, I was seconding, but that's fine.
Okay. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries. The item is tabled. I'll put this on future items. And let's see, Peacemaker. Got to make the notes real quick. All right. All right, so now we shall go into citizen comments. In accordance with the Open Meetings Act, council is prohibited from acting or discussing other than factual responses to specific questions, any items not on the agenda. In the audience, I did not have anybody sign up that I saw. So is there anybody in the audience that would like to address something that is not on the agenda? Yes, Mr. Roberts.
I'm going to set my 3-minute timer here. Hang on. All right. Mr. Mayor, with the mask mandate having ended, are there any discussions currently going on right now about where these meetings are going to be held? When are we going to open back up, et cetera? That's one item. Another one is regarding the water discussion at the last council meeting. There was, I don't recall there being any clear decision being made on how to address the winter averaging, for lack of better terms. And I did see something, I think it was over in Cedar Park today, and they're simply going to use last year's winter averaging numbers. Is it possible that we could do that and just make it simple and just go back to those numbers? Two more things. Regarding committee and commissions and transparency, when I started advocating for that back in July of last year to get all of these recordings in future video uploaded to the city's website, it took a while to do it, but I just want to applaud you guys and staff for making that happen. Those are all for people in the audience who don't know. You can go to the city's website and you click on the agenda tab, and you can see links to both the minutes and videos for all of these meetings. Formerly, it was always just the city council meeting, but now you can view all of the committees, advisory boards, and commissions. Last thing, disaster plan for the city. I don't know. I know that we have something, but I haven't seen it. I think it's accessible to the public. And I would just think it would be a great idea if we have something that's extremely thorough in place for future situations that take into consideration loss of our, not being able to use our roads, 1431 in Loman, Boggy, and other major roads, a plan that considers no water and no electric, any combination of those. And hopefully the plan can be as explicit as who does what, who's got copies of the plans, et cetera. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else? All right. If that is everyone, we will go into items of community interest pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.0415. City Council may report on any of the following items. expressions of thanks, gratitude, and condolences, information regarding holiday schedules, recognition of individuals, reminders regarding city council events, reminders regarding community events, and health and safety announcements. So under the expressions of thanks, I will echo Mr. Roberts' expression of thanks to our IT department, who was able to upload all those meeting minutes, videos to the website. City council events, our next city council event, barring any kind of special call meeting, will be on the 18th of March. Community events, as you know, we have finally gotten approval for the one site, got it all set up, and we started our brush drop off today. And that is at the location behind the police department. And it was very steady today. We will be doing it tomorrow and Saturday. And originally we had scheduled it to go through Sunday, but at this time it looks like we are going to have to end it on Saturday because we have no volunteers. We have to have at least 6 people on site at any given time to manage all the traffic and the locations and the safety of the site. We have staff that are running the bulldozers and doing all the heavy lifting. But as far as the traffic and things like that, we need volunteers. And right now we have about 2 people per shift, and we need 6. So at this point, we're not even sure we'll be able to man it on Saturday. But we've got to try and make a weekend open because of people that work on, Thursday and Friday. But right now we don't have any volunteers. With 6 on duty at a time, we try not to make anybody volunteer for more than 2 hours at a time. There are people that will volunteer for more than that, and there's a couple that actually, I know in the water distribution, they worked all day. But unless we get more volunteers, we're just not going to be able to operate the site as long as we would like to. Right now, we've also have it scheduled for next weekend as well. But that's now tentative as well because we don't know how many volunteers we're going to have. We are working on a second site and trying to get TCEQ approval. That's down at Sunset Park. That's a bigger park and allows us to do different things down there. Matter of fact, we can, we don't necessarily have to chip. We can actually get burn permits for that area to handle the brush. But it's all tentative on who we can get to volunteer to help. So that's the situation on our brush drop off right now. It is going to be open Friday. Right now it's open on Saturday. Sunday does not look like it's going to happen. It looks like we're going to have to send out notice and modify the schedule to not include Sunday.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
So for anybody who's interested in volunteering, what we really need is people for traffic control. You won't have to do heavy lifting. You're collecting brush passes. You're directing people where to go. You're ensuring that the flow goes through the site safely. So you're really, the physical limitations are really about standing and being out in the weather for the time period. In case you're interested, we need your help.
Also, staff will be present.
Yeah, there are staff on scene. I'm there whenever I'm available. I managed to get in about 2 hours today. I'll be there in the morning. I'll be there Saturday afternoon as well. Yeah, we need volunteers. Lago Vista Cares. What's the, does anybody have that information handy real quick? Dun, dun, dun.
Susan Galvan?
Yeah, yeah, but there's a link. I know her phone number. 925-989-1078 is her phone number.
Mayor, I sent you an email. I believe there's a link in it. There's also, if you go to the latest news article on our website, there's also a link to her Sign Up Genius program. And that will let people just sign in there and they can choose which shift they would like to work.
Right. Oh, so the link for the volunteers, yeah, that's on the website, right? In that announcement.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. So the link to the volunteer sign up and her phone number, all that information is available in that press release.
That is correct.
Okay. And I think that's all the announcements that I have. Does any council have anything else? Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to announce that what you talked about last meeting, the Lions working with St. Vincent de Paul, that has come up. We have a GoFundMe page out there. You can get all the information by going to the Lions Club website at lagolionsclub.org. There's a big light blue button down to the right, and if you click on it, it will take you to a page that allows you to jump to the GoFundMe page, but it also has information about if you need the help, who you're supposed to call and how you go about getting that help. So again, it's lagolionsclub.org. If you go there, you can push the little light blue button. It'll get you to the information you need. And we've already off to a really good start. We've got a couple $1,000s already that's been donated. So we just love to have the community continue to donate to that. I did post it out to social media at a bunch of different places earlier this morning, and I'll continue to do that over the ensuing week or so.
Thank you. Yes, Councilor Prince.
Mayor, this is actually a reminder to you. You and I had an email exchange about a possible topic of community interest around Lowens Ford. If you have any update for citizens on that.
Yeah, I don't know. We've got something on Lowman Ford on the agenda. I don't know if that would be, since we're going to be discussing Lowman Ford, I was kind of thinking that would probably be, it's not really an update. I mean, the only really update is that we're working as hard as we can to try and get it as smooth as possible. But you know, we had just spent, I don't know how many weeks patching it, and now we got to start all over. And not only do we got to start all over, but it's like 10 times worse. So I'm thinking when we get to that topic and we are discussing it, a lot more details will come out at that point. So,
thank you.
Anybody else? Right. Does anybody in the audience have an item of community interest they would like to share? Yes, Mr. Roberts.
March 9th, 7 p.m. at the Grill. North Shore Republicans are having happy hour. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. We will go into public hearing and public action. The Lago Vista City Council is holding a public hearing to consider an ordinance of the City Council of Lago Vista, Texas, amending the official zoning map by changing the zoning district for the property located at 18504, 18507, 18514, and 18607 Lakeshore Point, approximately 18.039 acres of land in the WB Corwin Survey, abstract number 2709, Travis County, Texas, and lot 130-FS of the Marshalls Vista subdivision from TR1, temporary restricted, and PDD, Planned Development District, to a PDD with design approval, to be referred to as the Nature's Point Planned Development District, and providing for related matters. This is the second hearing on this issue, and the public hearing is already open. So let me get to that summary. I'm just going to read the updated summary. So the updated staff summary is intended to reflect the discussion from our last meeting that was not addressed in either the earlier staff summary or any of the staff land use reports. The most significant discussion involved concerns from the owner of the residence immediately to the west of the subject property, notification mailing ID number 4 on the notification boundary map in the packet. The owner had very concerns about the potential negative impact of the parking lot on her privacy and perhaps to her security. She suggested that a masonry wall at some location along her property line might be warranted as well. Council member Sullivan mentioned the very thick existing tree cover on her property, as well as the wealth of existing protected trees that the applicant is required to preserve. For our benefit, staff has prepared an exhibit following this updated staff report to help identify the key elements that were being discussed. It also includes that the distance from the nearest portion of the parking lot to the nearest structure on the property owner's property appears to be a garage, which is approximately 330 feet. This is equivalent to the maximum length of a city block in a dense urban or downtown district. However, there is a portion of the Phase 1 parking lot that is not as well screened by existing vegetation and is only slightly further away from that same structure. A masonry screening wall at the location might indeed provide some benefit to the property owner, adjacent property owner. However, if the council determines that the addition of this wall is an appropriate condition, staff would recommend that it be located immediately adjacent to the parking lot rather than on the property line to avoid the topography and existing drainage easements. And it was shown on the map. And the map is on page, what page here? 13. Page 13 is the map. And you can see highlighted in red is the potential additional screening wall location. And it notes the trees and their residents. So, staff, questions, comments? Right, nobody has any comments from staff?
Is Roy with us?
All right.
Yes, I'm
Is there
here, but
anybody
no-
on staff have anything they would like to add to this? No. All right. Is the applicant present? Yes. Do you have anything you would like to address on this?
We would like for it to be a little flexible. We do respect that she has some concerns there. And if we could, rather than say it's going to be a masonry fence exactly in that spot, if we could agree that it will be a screening to be agreed upon. I know it's a little vague, but I just want something that's going to be pretty as well as functional, and that blends in with the whatever else is there that we could use landscape to incorporate in it and soften it so that it's not such a hardscape right in the the middle of what is otherwise a very open natural area.
So, I'm trying to look. So that property line there, it has something that's supposed to be built along that property line. Is that not correct? If I remember correctly, along that eastern side or that western side?
No, sir.
Nothing at all?
There's very little on that side.
Okay, so the retaining walls and everything, that's on the other side?
Yes, sir.
All right. So if it matched all the other retaining walls and other structures, would that be sufficient?
It's complementary in nature to the other screening and retaining wall.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
That's what the staff intended. And we may not have described it well, but that.
Yeah, and that would, in my mind, that would be expected. I don't know why you would put something that was completely different from every other wall you're putting on the property, so. But just want to make sure it's clear. All right, thank you. Staff, council, any questions, comments? All right. Public hearing, anybody from the audience? Ms. Jean Jopin, you're the property owner that's discussed in this summary. Do you have any comments?
I do. I have a couple of comments and a couple of questions. And if it's okay, given the tighter constraints with our time, if I could ask all at one time, and then you guys could respond, or Laura, would that be okay?
You have 3 minutes.
My first question is, I was confused with regard to the location. The address is 18504 and 18507. Where are those references? One can find the 18514 and 607 annotated on the maps, but I don't see the other two annotated. So that's one. Other question was, are we still doing the hard copy notifications going out to the neighbors? I'm not, don't hold me to this, but I don't think I got a notification, and that's just a detail. Also, in the little short red, the little red mark that appears to denote the stone wall as is proposed. In the stone wall being proposed at the western side of the parking lot, my question is, does that short little red line indicate the extent of the stone wall? And if so, that would seem to be weirdly random, and a more reasonable, aesthetic, and purposeful section of the wall that would extend northward on that dashed perimeter line to the northwest corner of the parking lot as it sits. Also, what does the peak perimeter line indicated? There's a peak perimeter line going around, and if, as stated, it is a referencing that existing trees and that they are to remain, then note that it goes over to my property, and I don't think it's appropriate on this proposal that there are mandated constrictions with regard to my property and my trees. Also, another idea with regard to just a point of clarification with regard to my addressing the council in the previous meeting is that what I was asking is that for my western edge, as the western neighbor, to because we had several discussions, neighborly discussions with Mr. Walters and all of us neighbors, and it had been seemed amenable at the time for a 50-foot boundary buffer, and that on the map here, I was asking that that same 50-foot be honored for myself. And it is on the southern side that it seems to be, if I'm reading the lines correctly, it seems to be honored on the southern side with both neighbors. And then on the western side, which is also a piece of property that doesn't have a building in close proximity, the buildings are back to the 50-foot. Granted, I understand they're buildings, but as I pointed out last time, and with regard to a development like this and people being people, if there is not a privacy fence, people tend to go over and look and throw trash and wander around, go around the end part of the fence, things like this. And I do have things going on up there. I have an orchard that's on that side, and that I'm only one person. I'm an elderly lady, and I really think that parking lot and the 50-foot boundary, it wouldn't be difficult to honor it for me, the western neighbor, just as it's been honored for the southern and the eastern neighbors. Then I had one proposal, potential option is that they could also.
Diane, your 3 minutes are up.
One sentence, please.
3 minutes are up. So I know on the map, that purple, that was just a highlight to show what Councilor Sullivan was addressing last time about the existing trees. It has nothing to do with the mandate. It's just a reference for us to see where the trees are. And there's definitely no mandate that applies to your property or your trees. It's just saying, it's just showing you where those trees are that were referenced in the thing. As far as the fence, the little red line, again, is just a reference, and it would be at council's discretion whether they want to put this fence in, this screening wall in at all, or if they wanted to change the direction to correspond, run parallel with that dotted line and go to the end of that parking lot there. Anything else would be, the 50-foot, that would, it would just be something whether council wanted to make that change or not. That 50-foot buffer on the parking lot, because the buffer doesn't apply to the parking lot, it just applies to the buildings. So that would be something that would be up to council's discretion as well. Anyone else? All right. Ms. Lewis, would you like to address any of her comments at all?
Thank you. I don't really have significant comments. I did want to clear up just about the trees, but I think you did that. And I do just want to remind council that the residence is a significant distance away. And, while we will, certainly abide by whatever the council finds, we believe that a screening wall that long on that part of the property is not really necessary.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Anybody else in the audience? All right. So it's back to council. Yes, Councilor Marion.
Quick question on the proposal of a screening wall there. Do you have an idea, and this is probably a question for Miss, is it Canada?
Canada Lewis.
Canada Lewis, okay, thank you. I couldn't see it all on the screen. Do you have an idea of what the cost of that screening wall might be?
No, ma'am, I actually don't. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think, so Councilor Marion, this was just something that Roy had put in there, that red line, just as a visual reference for us, because we had brought it up at the last open meetings, at the open public hearing. And so it's just a reference. So I don't even know that the length, anything has been identified as far as length. And again, if you just want to go those parking spaces there, The picture has what? 2,
8.
4, 6, 8 spaces. What's the width of a parking space? 12 feet, 10
That's
feet?
9 feet unless it's handicapped.
Yeah, so you're looking at about 75, roughly 70 to 75 feet linear if you just went at that portion right there. And I don't know, depending on the type of, if she's going to match it to the screening walls and the retaining wall for aesthetic reasons, you know, it depends on the type of wall, I guess, what it would cost per square foot.
It's a fairly expensive design that we've previously proposed for the various areas of the property. So it certainly does represent an expense.
Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just point out that this is a commercial property that's going to abut a residential property, and I think some kind of screening or distance is warranted. And so I wouldn't dictate one way or the other, but I would like to provide them with a choice and say either, you know, back the parking lot a full 50 feet off the property line or run a wall along the entire length of the parking lot, one or the other. Whichever they prefer. That would be my preference.
Yeah, I'm looking at that corner right there. If you turned it, ran it parallel to the property line, you're probably now increasing it to about 150 feet or potentially more.
Yes, sir, I agree with you. And that's the reason why I suggested, you know, a compromise. If they would prefer just backing off the parking lot towards a full 50 feet away, I would find that, you know, equally beneficial as to putting up some kind of screening or retaining wall.
With trees.
So, of course, I'm just guessing, but 50 feet would take out those 8, that kind of middle space, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 lots. I mean, 10 spaces there between those 4 trees. And then possibly another 10 up there at the very top of the parking lot. You would lose 30 spots or more to back it off 50 feet.
I think up top there, it looks like they would only lose a couple because the first dotted line is 25 feet, and I believe the second dotted line is 50. So I only think a couple, but that's the reason why I made the suggestion either or. You know, if they really want to maintain all of the parking spaces, put a retaining wall or, you know, a screening wall. If it doesn't bother you that much and you can back off 50 feet, do that.
Yes, sir. And Mr. Mayor, if I might, if the end of the parking lot has 4 spaces across, so basically what it means, you're going to extend further south and pick up those spaces. And there's room to pick up whatever you lose. It wouldn't be horrible. It would get closer. It would get closer to that first villa, if you will.
Right.
But
okay.
For every 9 feet you extend south, you pick up 4 spaces.
All right. Anyone else on council? Let me click over so I can see y'all. Anybody else, council? Yes, Councilor Prince.
Would it be possible for us to say, you know, just leave it to the discretion of the builder here to negotiate with the neighbor and come up with a, you know, a solution that either adds a wall or moves parking spaces that they mutually agree on? Is that something that we would be an appropriate way for us to resolve this?
I would say no. Because there's no way to hold anybody accountable. You know, you could say that, but then if they don't do it, you know, it would have to be something that we would designate. You know, we'll approve it, but you got to readjust the parking lot, or you've got to put in the screening wall, or, you know, otherwise, yeah, I don't think you can hold anybody accountable. Anybody else? Councilor Marion.
I think I would just say that I wonder if there's also an opportunity here for there to be some adjustments made to the angle of the entrance road so that some of that parking might be able to shift east. Just looking for possible ways, if you know, if the option here is to maybe, you know, add another 50 feet, another possible way for them to recover some of those parking spots.
Well, and Council Marion's correct. There are almost infinite ways for them to pick up those spaces.
Well, there you go. So yeah, you could provide the guidance that you want to be seen as council, and then it would be up to them to configure whether they want to move the parking lot or move the entrance, or whether they want to extend it, or, you know, that would be up to them. But you just provide the guidance. Yes, Ms. Lewis.
Yes, sir. I did want to remind the council that the entrance is quasi fixed in that there's an access easement for the neighbors there, and they won't consent to move it, and so we can't force them to move it. So that is a static location that we can't modify.
All right.
That answers that.
As for that road in general that runs through there, that road is fixed by prior agreements that we're unable to modify.
All right. Thank you. Yes, Councilor Davila, I see your hand up.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. This is a question for Roy. If we were to look at the boundary of that property where Ms. John Joe Penn is suggesting it be a treed area, what is that distance from the beginning of the, I guess this would be the southernmost part of that red line. If it were to begin there and go all the way to that big tree that's pictured in the corner, what distance would that be? And how many trees would that be if it were to be treed with, let's say, live oaks or something of that nature? How many trees would it take to provide that same buffer that she's looking for?
I'm a little having trouble figuring out what the points are you're talking about. Run that. There's a big tree.
Well, it appears to be a big tree. It's
so Roy, you'd be looking at a section about 250 feet long, of course, 50-foot wide buffer.
Right. Yeah, and I don't know if you can see the portion of her residence that I drew the arrow to. If you go there to that red line, that's about 330 feet, if that provides you some sense of scale.
Okay.
I don't know if that helps any. And then there's a graphic scale in the lower right-hand corner as well.
Yeah, it just sounds to me though that if we were trying to cover that entire length from the beginning of that red line where the that wall is to be constructed, if it were to go to the road, let's say, You're talking about probably 300 feet. Am I correct there? Is that a good estimate?
A little less than that, but not a whole lot less than that. You know, it's a ways.
Yeah.
It's more
So
than
that
two.
would be, I'm just curious as to what the cost would be to tree that distance as opposed to constructing that retainer wall or that obstruction wall.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, first cost much less, no doubt.
Well, it seems to me is that is the choice, that is the preference for Miss John Jo Penn, if I read her correctly. Would that be right, Miss John Jo Penn?
That would be, I'm very flexible. That would be acceptable to me to move back. If they move back the 50 feet, just like the southern border, and put buffer trees, just like the southern border they're doing. They're going to get wholesale cost for trees.
Okay.
I'm just looking at looking for something that would be amenable to both parties. And that seems to me to be a reasonable thing to at least investigate.
Right. Oh, there's no doubt if cost were the determining factor, that redesigning the parking lot slightly and including more trees would be much more cost effective than the masonry wall.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Anybody else? All right, I'm going to close the public hearing at 7:40 p.m. And council discussion and decision. Councilor Sullivan.
Mayor, let me get to the right place if I may. I would
Oh, we lost you.
You froze.
approve an ordinance of the City Council of Lago Vista, Texas, amending the official zoning map by changing the zoning district for property located for 18,514 and 18,607 Lakeshore Point, approximately 18.039 acres of land in the WB Corwin Survey, abstract number 2709, Travis County, Texas, and lot 130-FS subdivision P.
We lost you.
Plan Development District to a PDD with design approval to be referred to as the Nature's Point Development District, with the caveat that the applicant does one of two things: builds a screening wall along the entire length of the parking lot on the western edge, or make sure that the parking lot on the western edge is a full 50 feet from their property line.
I'll second.
All right. Okay, so I have the motion from Councilor Sullivan and the second by Mr. Councilor Weatherly. Sullivan, Weatherly. Do I have any further discussion?
Can I ask a question?
All right. Yes.
Kev, if they decided that they would put those oak trees that Arch just suggested, would that be an option or no?
If they want to put the oak trees in or any kind of brush there to help screen, if they decide to move back 50 feet, to me, that's up to them. If they move back 50 feet, I'm comfortable with or without vegetation. If the balance of council would like vegetation, I'm amenable to modifying my motion.
Yeah, I was trying to look on Google Maps, look and see. I was trying to look on Google Maps to see if there was actually vegetation already there, but I'm not sure I'm finding the right.
I think there's a few trees, but it's not near as dense as down further south.
Okay, let's see. Let me put in something here that Lake Shore Point. There we go. Let's go right there. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Yeah, that didn't help me any. Okay.
I'm fine with Kevin's
Yes.
motion.
Councilor Marion.
I was going to suggest amending Councilor Sullivan's motion to ask for that screening of trees that Councilmember Davila alluded to earlier. Or
All right,
request
so
to amend.
are you making a motion to amend? Right now, the motion, a motion is for the screening wall or 50 feet. And the screening wall was there a distance on that screening wall?
Mr. Mayor, I think I designated that it should extend the full length of the parking lot.
Okay. So that's the motion right now. Are you making a motion to amend?
I would make a motion to amend that and add that if they move the parking lot 50 feet, that they also screen that with brush, with trees.
All right.
And do I need to say that I accept that, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Or do we vote on her motion? I forget how that works.
We vote on her motion.
Okay. So, but she needs a second, correct?
Well, I've got my sheet here.
That's why I'm asking you, because you got the cheat sheet.
Yeah. So it suggests a change to the basic motion, but according to this, amendments are not debatable and only require the approval of the member who made the original motion. An amendment to an amendment requires first the approval of the member who made it. So from the way I understand this, it only requires the approval of the member who made the original motion.
Very good. Councilor Marion, I just want to make sure I understand your amendment. If they do make the decision to move the parking lot back 50 feet, your requirement would be that they have to introduce some brush in between the parking lot and their property line along the entire length of the parking lot. Is that correct?
I was agreeing with what Mr. Davila had suggested earlier, where they would put up some sort of screening with trees, even if they still move the parking lot back.
I understand that, but I think we have to be very clear about the where they have to put screening brush. And so that's why I'm trying to get
along the parking lot. Yes.
Okay. Then I'm agreeable to that amendment.
Okay. And I still need a little clarification on your motion. You say the entire length of the parking lot. You're talking about all the way down on the south end near the village, casita, whatever that is, I can't read. All from there, all the way up.
That's a very good point, Mr. Mayor. Let me amend that to say in the picture that we've been provided, where that red line has been indicated, it would start on the southern portion of that red line and extend up to the northern portion of the parking lot.
Okay. Thank you. Is everybody, council, clear with the motion?
Mr. Mayor, I want to make sure I understand the motion.
All right, so the motion was made. Oh, yes.
The term brush was used. I want to make sure we're talking about trees, or are we talking about trees and or shrubs? Because brush is usually a term used for dead material, not necessarily live.
Trees.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Preferred trees would be our desirable language. That's defined in the ordinance.
I'm sorry, was it a specific type of tree or just tree?
Preferred trees is the way it's listed in the landscaping ordinance. There's a table of a type of tree. Anything from that list.
Then I would suggest that my motion very specifically refers to preferred trees on the city's approved list.
All right.
Mayor,
Yes.
I will second the amendment. I will second the amended motion.
Okay. I don't know that I need a second. It says for the purposes of these rules, amendments are not debatable and only require the approval of the member who made the original motion. Well, I'm assuming if he's okay with the amendment, then the person who seconded originally
You
Just
need their
has to-
approval, Mr.
just
Mr.
has
Mayor.
to agree.
Correct.
I would agree.
Right. All right, so I've got the motion, amended motion, and I've got the second that agrees with the amendment. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion carries unanimous. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much.
And we go to number 4. Okay, let me see, 50-foot width. Sorry, let me make a note. 50-foot with preferred trees. All right, the Lago Vista City Council is holding a public hearing to consider an ordinance of the City Council of Lago Vista amending the official zoning map by changing the zoning district for the property located at 8001 Bronco Lane, Arcade Ranches, Section 18, Lot 18008, from C1C Professional Business Office Low Density Retail to C2 Commercial Large Scale with design approval for a proposed craft beer brewery or microbrewery and providing for related matters. And I will open the public hearing at 7:50 p.m. And we will start with my reading of the summary. All right. Following this cover sheet and summary is the attached staff land use report specifically prepared for the City Council for considering this application. It precedes the packet that included a very similar staff land use report that was presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission for use in formulating their recommendation on February 11th. I don't like that date. It reminds me of ice. The Development Services staff received one written comment after the deadline for inclusion in the Planning and Zoning Commission packet, and it was added to this packet. Even with this added written opposition, the 20% threshold specified in section 13.20 EB of chapter 14 that would require the affirmative vote of 3/4, a supermajority of the city of council, was well out of reach. So that did not come into play. There was no opposition present at the meeting, and the Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously recommended approval of both the zoning change and design approval, subject to 2 conditions that might not strictly be necessary, but which they thought were warranted. 1, amplified music in the outdoor seating area shall be limited in accordance to the relevant provisions of Chapter 8 regarding noise. And 2, food truck service to the facility will be prohibited, absent a modified site plan in accordance with the design review provisions of Chapter 14, Section 6.105. All right. Detroit is there anything you would like to add to that?
No, sir.
So they did not come back with a modified site plan at all, right?
Right. No, and they have no intentions of adding a food truck, but from experience, those things tend to happen over time. And if the parking lot's not designed to accommodate them, you can have a real mess.
Right. So do we know if this microbrewery intends to serve food?
They do not.
Okay.
But over time, their patrons tend to want it. But they tend to look for a third party to do it, which occasionally is a food truck.
Yeah. And I was just curious because I know, something might happen, like some random disease break out worldwide and shut down all the restaurants unless they're serving food, and they might have to come up with a food trailer if they want to stay open. You never know.
But our existing food truck location that was kind of approved without limitations or design review, you can see how that's gotten a little bit chaotic. We would rather avoid that if we could.
Okay. Is the applicant present at all?
Their representatives are here.
We are here. Yes, thank you.
Hey, I recognize those people. There's Casey Building Company. And I also see Mark Norman. Are y'all together?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll allow one of y'all at a time. Would y'all like to say anything to council?
Yes, we've designed this in mind to suit.
Can you tell us who you are so we know who is addressing us other than Casey Building Company?
Yes, this is Amanda Warlow and Chris Warlow, and we both work at Casey Building Company. And we're very excited to be building the brewery, and we would be the builders of the brewery. So we've designed it in mind of the neighbors. We do have a wall up on the backside for privacy. We think it's going to be a great add to the community. And we're, really looking forward to building it. It's going to be a great place.
Thank you. Mr. Norman, do you have anything you would like to add?
Just as far as the food trucks, that we just haven't had time to actually, sit down and with our architect and plan for that. It's certainly something that, oh yeah, that's a great idea. We should, accommodate for that just in that situation. But as of now, we've yet to sit down and figure that out.
Yeah, I've just noticed, because I work for Austin Fire Department and going into establishments in today's environment, you got to have some kind of food, and that's just, so I just wondering. I mean, it's lifted as of next Wednesday, but you never know. Just something to think about if you have a kitchen in the brewery or something. I don't know. All right. Council, comments, questions for the builder, the applicant, anybody else? Yes, Councilor Prince. You froze on us.
Hopefully this just adds some more clarification. I believe what planning and zoning was saying is not, they were not saying that a food truck could never go in here. What they were saying is, in order to put a food truck in, you have to go through another cycle of a design plan review. So I think there's been a lot of citizen confusion about that. And it's really just a formal process that in order to get a food truck in the future, they could do it. They just have to go through another cycle of a design plan review to make sure that the implementation plan meets it.
Oh, okay.
Correct.
Thank you. That clears it up for me too. So I didn't want to, get to a situation where they might need something and now it's too late. So, okay. Thank you. Counselor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this one's for Roy, and it's really just to clarify things. In our packet, the only responses that I saw were negative. I think there were 3 of them that opposed, and I'm just assuming that these notices went out to many, many more. It just people didn't respond. Is that an accurate statement?
That is correct.
How many total did it go out to, if you don't mind my asking?
Yeah, if you look at the first map, it's those numbers. Let me get to that portion of the packet. Give me a second. I'm freezing up too.
Don't use that word.
Yeah, I hear you.
So not the site layout, but an actual map of the area.
It's that first map that we have and it has those numbers on it. And I keep scrolling past my internet connection.
Page 132, Roy.
Actually, 1/4. Yeah, you're right. Excuse me. I'm looking at somebody else's version of that map.
So
if you count those circled numbers, that's how many notices we sent out.
Oh, count up all the circles?
23, it looks 23. Like.
Okay, got it. Okay, very good. So bottom line is 23 went out and only 3 came back opposed, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the confirmation.
All right, council, anybody else? All right, public hearing. Anybody from the audience with a comment? Yes, Mr. Roberts. Sorry, y'all. My windows are really small, so you may have to wave at me at times. So
yes, sir. I just have two things. One is a question for the applicant, and the question is, if I've overlooked this in the packet, I apologize. But are you going to have? Are you going to serve people? Can people come up and sit down and order beer, or is it just a drive up a car hop?
No, you'll be able to come in and have a beer, and there will be a beer garden and a inside tap room.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. I saw a car hop, caught my attention in the packet and made me think maybe there's not going to be a dine-in option. So thank you for clarifying that. And if there's, I can envision a lot of people walking across the street for burgers and corn dogs at Sonic. Is there a crosswalk in that area?
There's not.
If not, is that an onerous expense? If even, if warranted, if council deems necessary, in the interest of safety, should there be a crosswalk there? And if so, is that an onerous expense for the applicant? I have no idea what something like that would cost.
It's not particularly onerous, regardless of who pays for it.
That's all my comments. Thank you.
Yep. Anybody else? All right. Well, based on comments and what I've heard from the audience, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing at 8:01 p.m. It is open for council discussion and decision. Yes, Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I would make a motion that the council approve the ordinance of the City Council of Lago Vista, Texas, amending the official zoning map by changing the zoning district for the property located at 8001 Bronco Lane, Barque Ranches, Section 18, Lot 18008, from C-1C, Professional Business Office, Low Density Retail, to C2, Commercial Large Scale, with design approval for the proposed craft brewery, microbrewery, and provided for related matters, with the caveat that we adopt those 2 items that the planning and zoning recommended.
I second that.
All right, I have the motion by Councilor Sullivan and the second by Councilor Williams. Any further discussion? Councilor Prince.
Apologize for not asking this earlier, but this is a point of clarification, which really will be for Roy to answer. As I understand the zoning ordinances, the difference between C1, C, and C2 here, there's really going to be no physical differences. It's not like they needed to go to C2 to build a bigger building or have different setbacks. I think all of those remain the same. I think the only reason they need C2 is that this type of business is explicitly not allowed in C1 in our ordinances. It has to be C2 to allow this type of business. Is that in fact correct, Mr. Chairman?
That is correct. And just so you'll know, in relation to other uses, historically, the city of Lago Vista's list of allowed uses in the C1 district is quite a bit broader than the definition would normally imply. And at some point, we hope to clean all that up. So, but this one would probably stay the same, notwithstanding any changes. It's required now and likely wouldn't change in the future.
Thank you. There's been public confusion around that, so I wanted to explicitly ask that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion carries unanimous. All right. We're looking forward to it.
Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate it.
Mark?
Yes, looking forward to it.
All right, we are on to action items. Number 5, discussion and possible action regarding an application to the City Council for a variance in the maximum height, maximum display area, and the minimum setback for a freestanding institutional sign located at 21900 FM 1431, Lot 1, Christ Our Savior Lutheran Church Edition, property within the Lago Vista ETJ. All right. This application is the result of an existing sign that was modified without the benefit of a permit application. This is required by our sign ordinance, despite the fact that the property is located in the ETJ. While a permit application might have prevented the issues related to the relatively minor amounts of excessive height and total display area, a variance application would nonetheless be required for the remaining 2 issues. One is the excessive display area of the electronic variable message component of the sign and the encroachment within the required 10-foot setback from the property line. The requirement in our current ordinance that electronic signs be limited to a maximum display area of 12 square feet is probably the result of a rapidly changing technology. Many years ago, the most common type of electronic sign was an LCD scrolling message board. 12 square feet was likely to be more than adequate for that type of sign. However, much larger signs with HD video display ability are increasingly affordable and more common. Of greater concern is that the sign is well within the required minimum setback from their property line and at the same time relatively close to their own driveway. If FM 1431 is ultimately widened, this sign might find itself located within the vision triangle required by section 5.80 of chapter 14 if this property were subject to our zoning regulations. Notwithstanding that, this very important public safety requirement is perhaps mistakenly located in the zoning ordinance. However, staff recommends the sign variance be approved only on the condition that the sign be relocated as required if future pavement changes result and a sight obstruction within the 25-foot right triangle that has a vertex at the intersection of the FM 1431 paving and their private drive. Building and Standards Commission recommended the variance with that condition following a favorable vote of 4 of their 5 members that were present. There was no discussion that provided any insight to the vote against the recommendation. So my question, right off the bat, Roy, and this is on the frontage of TxDOT.
Right.
Do they have requirements for these signs, electronic signs?
They do, but this is well within those requirements. These guys don't even approach that. And
Okay.
just so you'll understand, the vision triangle is not necessarily requiring the setback. If they ever widen 1431, one possible solution is to move the sign further away from their own driveway. It's an either or. There's a bunch of places they can move it.
Does this sign change?
I'm sorry?
Does the information on the sign, will it
A
change?
portion of it does, yes, sir. There should be a photograph in there somewhere. I don't know if you can tell where we measured it to get the height, somewhere in your packet.
Page 155 is a great photograph.
Yeah, and where the colored looking lights are, that's the variable message portion.
Right. Yeah, I've seen that. I
don't think they change it much, but it doesn't have a lot of video dynamics, if you will, but
okay, yeah,
it does have that ability.
I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't like flashing and it was going to be a traffic hazard, because I know
it actually was originally, but they took care of that.
Okay.
Yeah. We had some Tessera folks turn them in.
Okay. Let's see. Dun, dun, dun. Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. One of my questions may have just been addressed by Roy with your question, Mayor, but just wanted to clarify the limits that TxDOT has in place on electronic signs to avoid distracted drivers trying to read signs as they're driving. I think I heard you say, Roy, that this sign is well within the limits that TxDOT has in place. That's question one. And then question two, in the packet, it's suggested that we approve it with the caveat that, down the road, if these things happen, they have to move the sign. How do we enforce that if that's, 5 or 10 years down the road, let's just say?
Yeah. Well, we cite them. It would be a Chapter 3 violation.
They get a ticket, basically?
I think it's more like a summons citation kind of thing. But yeah, depending on, I'll let Aaron address what it looks like. I'm
Okay.
kind of responsible for it, but I don't actually read them.
Okay, and then the first question about the size limits for distracted driving, the sign you said is within those limits?
Oh, yes, ma'am. And just for your, the standards are actually written by Federal Highway Association, and it took a long time after these kind of signs were out before we got decent standards, but we have them now. And TxDOT has adopted them along with every other state. And it has to do with how long the message stays there and not too flashy. Believe it or not, they like them bigger. It's when they're too small that they become a bigger distraction.
Yeah.
Okay, and then Aaron was going to talk about what it would look like 5 or 10 years down the road if they don't move the sign.
Yeah, the authorization that if you include this caveat, the authorization that they would be given would affect their long-term use of this. If TxDOT did widen the roadway, they would have the obligation to move it as part of this authorization that you would grant today. If they didn't move it and someone turned them in, then they would be issued a citation for having it, not moving it, having it in the wrong place in accordance with Chapter 3. I mean, those are code enforcement violations, just like any other citation that's issued by our folks.
And theoretically, they could move their driveway, but
yeah,
they got to do something.
Well, I know this is not funny, but knowing that TxDOT has absolutely nothing funded in our area for 10 years, that sign may burn out before the sign gets, where they have to move it.
Well, and the technology changes, they may want a newer, fancier sign by then too.
Realistically, Mr. Mayor, you know, if you want to include that caveat, you can. I don't know that it's necessarily critical to the existence of it as it is now and what we would anticipate in the future. But as you all can see from, let's see, I guess it's page 153 of the of your packet, this area is on that curve in 1431, and with any luck, you know, we may be trying to push to get some adjustment to 1431 with regard to the entrance to our park. And so although they have nothing planned for 10 years, depending on how our park entrance plays out, it may happen sooner rather than later. So
That's true.
Keep that in mind.
Well, I'm also thinking if this was not in our ETJ and this was strictly on the highway, I'm thinking TxDOT would probably make them move it when they widened it. But
Possible.
so I think it's good to make sure it's in there, you know, for safety reasons.
It's certainly on a dangerous curve.
Anybody else? All right. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to make a comment? Nope. All right. Then agenda item number 5 is open for action.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the institutional sign located at 21900 FM 1431 Lot 1 at Christ Our Savior Lutheran Church addition property within the Lago Vista ETJ with the exceptions of what building and standards came up with.
With the condition the sign be relocated.
With the conditions that building and standards came up with.
All right.
And yeah, I did second, Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear the second.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. So I have the motion by Councilor Williams and second by Councilor Sullivan. Any further discussion? Councilor Marion.
Mayor, do we need to spell out what those exceptions from building and standards are, or is it good enough to just say including those exceptions?
Well, I kind of read it out. I read out conditions sign be relocated as required. And Councilor Sullivan agreed to that. So I think, is that good enough, Aaron? You can just nod, shake.
Yes, and Sandra will include that in the minutes so that it's clear for the record. She'll include the language of the condition.
Yeah, with the site obstruction and all that good stuff.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else? All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. And we are to number 6. Moving right along, we're halfway. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding resolution number 21-1876, a resolution by the City Council of the City of Lago Vista, Texas, appointing 2 individuals to fill unexpired vacant terms as members of the Golf Course Advisory Committee and to otherwise provide with respect thereto. Golf Course Committee has 2 vacancies due to the resignations of Maja Linderman and Michael Arms. These vacancies are for the partial terms ending in January of 2022. Question, are either of these people, I know we're required to have one non-golf, at least one on the committee.
We do. Darcy DeVoe is on the committee.
Who?
Darcy DeVoe.
Okay. So that's satisfied. That doesn't affect that portion. All right.
By the way, she's been a good member.
You got her playing golf yet?
No, she can't play golf. She's got to be my civilian.
All right. So it's yours. You got any recommendations for us?
Yes, sir. I have 2 people. Andy, I'm going to say his last name wrong. Pulaski.
Yes.
And Tom Both has agreed to come back on the committee for the rest of the term for either one.
All right.
So is that your motion?
That's my motion.
What was it, Andy? What was the second person?
Andy, I screwed it up again. Polisetti. There you go.
And Tom.
Tom Both.
All right.
V-O-T-H.
And if you don't have a second, I'll second.
All right. So I've got the motion and the second by Counselor Sullivan. Any further discussion? Oh, darn it. Stand by. Anybody from the audience have any comments on this? All right, thank you. Okay, so I've got the motion and the second. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. We welcome the 2 new members. And number 7. Uh-oh, that throw away my piece of paper. Yep, there it is. Discussion, number 7, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding a construction contract award for Sunset Park bathroom facility and authorize the city manager to execute the contract. All right, so the city recently had a bid opening for the Sunset Park bathroom facility. The bid opening was on February 2nd at 11 a.m. The proposed improvements up for bid consist of installing a prefabricated bathroom with 2 unisex usages and a large park maintenance bay in the back near the parking lot. Excuse me. See attached schematic. The bid documents included bid options for solar power and septic systems. You got your bids. HCS offered the best value to the city at $196,800. Contractor has 120 days to complete the work, thus likely completion in June 2021. Being that the park does not have permanent power, the contractor offered a bid alternate to install solar system for lighting and light electric usage at $14,500. The review of the tabulated bids indicates that lower bidder used bid amounts that were both appropriate and competitive for the project. See attached tabulated bids. The other bids were as follows. Majestic Services Incorporated, 238. Prime Spec, 248.11. With solar power, 23,380. G Creek Incorporated, 391 and some change. Solar power at 15,000 and some change. Septic, 42.9. The city received a separate quote via buy board purchasing co-op. Quotes are not required to go through the bidding process. From RFL Limited out of Marble Falls at 253,554. Their bid did not include solar. Staff liked their proposal though, as their design had higher aesthetic qualities. The city did not budget separately for this project. Staff is proposing using park project funds and refund that project fund gap later. The city has another expense for this project, such as septic, estimated at around 45,000. City staff determined that this construction company has constructed many similar projects around Central Texas. Council may elect to take staff's recommendation, reject all bids, or proceed with further evaluation. Staff recommends that the contract for the Sunset Park bathroom facility project be awarded to HCS Incorporated for $211,300 for the base bid and added alternate number 1. Council authorized the city manager to execute the contract. So question, or a little bit of a clarification and question. The comment was made that the city did not, where's that at? Funding. City did not budget separately for this project. So in the project, for this, it says 1.360 million, 1,360,000. In the breakdown of that, it has bathrooms and drip septic, 200,000. So you've got 200,000 that was included in the funding for the park projects this year. Can you explain to me the project funding gap, and where's that extra 11,300? Where would it come from?
Mayor, this is Eric. So as you stated earlier, what is being proposed is to use the funding from the money that was already budgeted for the park, which was about 1.3 million. So the park, the additional funding that the park is going to need later on, should the city council decide to award a construction contract for phase 2 of the park, there's likely going to be additional funding gap at that point. Since if we use all of that money to fund this bathroom project. And
So
one of
a funding gap in addition to the 1.36?
That is correct, Mayor, because this project, one of the things that was decided through the process was to before we bid this project was to make this pre-assembled type of building, and those cost a little bit more. They're better looking and everything else, but they cost more. So one of the things that we didn't anticipate was the added cost for this project that it was going to have for the cost that this project was going to come in at. We didn't anticipate that it was going to come in at well over $200,000. So one of the things that we still not included in here, which is part of this project, is the septic system design.
Okay. So again, I'm just kind of curious. We got the project was approved at 1.36 million. But on the breakdown, you had 1.276 million in line items: engineering, construction, testing, ADA, all that stuff. Bathrooms and septic were 200,000, but that left you 84,000 in the budget line. So that 84,000, has that been, I haven't seen anything to account for that 84,000. Why would the 11,300 and possibly the 45,000 for the septic, would that not come out of that 84,000?
Mayor, that's correct. So all the money for this bathroom would come out of the park project, which was 1.36 million. Just something to keep in mind is that the project hasn't been bid out yet. This bathroom project is costing a little bit more than we had originally anticipated also.
Okay. All right. So, gosh, I got everybody's hand up. So I'll start on the left. Councilor Davila.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions for Eric. First of all, why was prefabricated building, why was that chosen? Was there an intent to move them at some point? I'm not sure really why that is. And my other question is, was it ever considered to use a brick and mortar building as opposed to a prefabricated building? And what would the cost be had it gone to the second option, which would be a brick and mortar building? Mayor and Council, excellent question. Yes, we did consider that. Originally, it was my personal preference to do just normal building construction. However, I think because there was so much pressure about getting this done quickly and getting the bathroom going up at the park, it was decided to do a prefabricated option first. So in doing the typical process, you have to go through a design, and then you obviously go out for bid and you select the contractor. Especially with all the construction that's going on right now, it would not be surprising to find out that on home construction would be quicker than to install an unusual type of building for our area. So I think based on those decisions, the group at the time, including the previous city manager and the parks director, and I don't recall who else was involved, it was decided to go with prefabricated option.
Okay. Councilor Sullivan, you're next on. Did you have any comments? Oh, you had your hands up, so I'm just going down the line.
Thank you, Mayor. I did have, my question is around this bathroom. It will be built, but are there additional bathrooms that will be built at a later time? Or is it the thought that this bathroom will be moved elsewhere? I'm just trying to figure out, you're putting it where you are now, but I'm assuming later on, you're going to probably want bathrooms over in the vicinity of the ball fields. Will we keep these bathrooms here and also build more bathrooms over at the ball fields?
Mayor, another good question. You are correct. We do not intend to move this bathroom, so this would be permanent. Originally, the intent was to put additional bathrooms at between the ball fields, but the preliminary numbers that we got for those were well into the $500,000 based on what the Parks Committee wanted for that area. So it was decided to do this other option instead and move smaller bathrooms out by the parking lot. So there's also a future plan to add another similar type of bathrooms up by the new soccer field and the volleyball court.
Okay, and just to follow up to the discussion, the initial discussion by the mayor with regard to the budget and so forth, I believe what you're saying is that as we bid this out, it could come in more or less, whatever. But bottom line is we'll have two choices at that point. Because we're going over on the bathrooms, we'll either need to find some additional funding or decide to drop some items potentially from the bid. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes and no. When the bids come in, well, the bid I was referring to in the future, which this coming year, and we haven't gone out for bid yet, is for phase 2 of the park. And phase 2 of the park includes 2 additional ball fields and additional volleyball court, and I actually do not recall what else it includes.
Mm-hmm.
So on that bid, we haven't gone out for bid yet. When those bid items come in, that's when council decides whether we're going to construct this or not. And if we do decide to construct it, then we're going to determine at the time whether the funding that we have available is sufficient. And if it is not, then the council wouldn't need to make a decision what they want to do at that point.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Appreciate it, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Councilor Prince.
Thank you, Mayor. So on the budget, this whole discussion has me quite confused. Frankly, I've got the budget book in front of me. And on page 225, there is a capital improvement project named New City Park. And this is what was approved by last year's City Council. The New City Park budget for this fiscal year is $1.36 million. I think that's the number that you all have been talking about. That page correctly, as you all have been saying, says nothing about bathrooms. However, I want to point out that on page 234 of this approved budget by last year's City Council, there's a project called City Park Bathrooms. And that City Park Bathrooms page on 234 budgets for this fiscal year $350,000. And it says 3 bathrooms. Let me read to you what that says. Project description: 3 bathrooms, one of which will have a kiosk. The bathrooms will require septic system and effluent disposal area. City will retain services of an engineer to design this septic system. Project justification: the current and previous park projects do not have bathrooms planned. Those were planned for phase 3, but council has expressed for bathrooms to be completed with phase 2 construction. So I think there's $350,000 for bathrooms, but the description on that $350,000 project is not at all what's brought before us tonight. And so what I want to know is, have we asked, for example, have we asked our Parks and Rec Advisory Board to weigh in on the bathrooms and the appropriateness of this design, the number of bathrooms? It seems like there's major confusion within city staff as to what was budgeted last year, what could be paid for, and how it's paid for. So I would suggest, as I did in an earlier email, that this line item needs serious cleanup from staff perspective and should be brought back to us after these major questions are addressed in the material.
Mayor, if I may be able to answer some of it, and we can certainly bring we can bring back the item with additional clarification. One of the things. I'm sorry, Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead. Yes.
Thank you. One of the things that we noticed as we were putting this bid together was that the $350,000 line item in the CIP was not budgeted for in the budget book. I'm not sure what happened, how it happens, but that was what we found out. So council approved the budget without this $350,000 separate line item in the budget. Hopefully that answers that point, and I really do not know the background story on that one.
So let me just clarify. What I just heard is the public budget book, which the city has published, does not match on this line item in the city's plan.
He's over here.
That is correct, council. The CIP line item theoretically should have been included in the detailed budget book, but for whatever reason, it was not included. That specific line item was not included. What I can surmise would be that the bathroom project was added in the CIP later on during the budget process, and it never was really updated appropriately during the actual line items of what we call the general ledger.
Yeah, I think, yeah. I'm with Paul. I think I'm with Council Prince.
If I may, it might be worth us revisiting what was actually voted upon and approved by council during the budget cycle, whether it's what was published in the book or what is in the system on the city, because it's a pretty big difference here.
Yeah. I'm right there. I'm right there with you. Yeah. Because I didn't see that 350, you know, in the budget. So yeah, I mean, I see page 34, 234, where you mentioned that, and it does say that it was for this fiscal year, but I didn't find that in the budget. So yeah, I'm right there with you. Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. I also had sent an email a couple of weeks ago before this was due to come up in the council meeting that got canceled. I have a lot of questions. I'm happy to rattle off some of those now, but I think the biggest ones are concerns about, again, the number of stalls. 2 stalls does not seem anywhere near adequate for what we even have going now in the park area with respect to the number of fields that are already up and running. They're also in the plans here in this packet is a park maintenance bay that is included at the back of those. And I wonder, was that park maintenance bay included at the expense of taking off the additional restroom that Paul has referenced or something else? And could that be put off to a later time, or could that equipment just be stored somewhere else to have more adequate facilities? I have concerns about solar power. Is it adequate? Is it feasible? What's the plan B? Has anyone consulted LCRA? Does the plans for the septic meet their requirements? If not, it's going to get really expensive. Freeze and Nichols, I think, was we paid them to put together a plan for phase 2. I'd like to see the plan that they put together. And then back at the January 21st meeting, council meeting, I had requested like a one-pager that listed out all of the projected projects for the park and all of their costs in a one-stop shop with a total budget for this project, including some sort of a rough estimate, if we could get one, on what it might cost if we have to pay for the turn lanes, for the road to be widened. And we haven't gotten that yet. And I have a lot of concerns about what this park actually is projected to cost. So lots of questions, lots of concerns.
All right, thank you. Let's see, Mr. Weatherly, did you have your hand up at all? No, so we're back over here. I can't see Mr. Williams, so I don't know if he has his hands up, but I know Councilor Davila had his back up, so. You're muted, Councilor Davila, you're muted.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. What I would like to do is make a suggestion that when we do go out for bids for these restrooms, that we put together a bid that not only allows for these prefab bathrooms, but also brick and mortar. I think the budget may be more favorable to brick and mortar, and I would like to see at least the ability to compare those two costs. Thank you.
All right. So I'll also have a question on the type of bathrooms. I mean, I know there's other type of bathrooms out there. Do we have to have something that requires a septic system? Are they more expensive, or I can't think of what they're called right now, but
Because Mayor, they have the compost ones.
Yeah, are they more expensive?
They are not more expensive. However, for the type of usage that we're planning on experiencing on this type of bathrooms, especially if we have tournaments over there, they would be grossly undersized.
Okay.
They are very normal for a typical park. If you go to a state park and you have maybe one person an hour using the bathroom, but it would not suffice where we are. And I will try to address a little bit Councilmember Davila's question. It is definitely cheaper to go the normal construction than it is to do prefabricated. I can give you that answer right now. The downside is the timing on it. The other thing is you don't want to put up the same bid doing both of those because you are not going to get the same contractor doing both bids. So what you'll end up doing is not get any bids at all. So it may be wiser to either go out for bids again to do the same thing, or you'd be wiser to do a bid for a different type of construction, which is basically your conventional type of construction, instead of trying to do both of them at once. You may not get any bids for those.
So two separate bids.
Gotcha.
All right. Councilor Marion?
Thank you, Mayor. I actually wanted to follow up. I asked a lot of questions, but didn't get any response. I'm really curious mostly about LCRA. Was LCRA consulted? Did they approve of a plan to put septic out there at the park? Do we know that?
Mayor and Council, good question. We have retained a separate engineer to work through that process with LCRA, and they are in the design process right now.
So, I'm sorry, does that mean that they have or have not yet approved of a septic system out there?
We do not yet have a permit. They're still in the design process.
Okay, so does that mean then that we would need to wait until that is approved before we go out and get bids? Because we would need to know whether or not the bid would include septic or not. Is that something we would need to have before we go for bids?
You do not need to do that before you go for bids. When you set up the bid, you can set it up either way. You can set it up to include septic or not to include septic. On this one, we set it up as a bid option to include septic, but we did not make it a requirement because not all pre-manufactured building manufacturers do that type of work with a septic. Only a few of them do, so we didn't make that requirement. So it just depends on the way you set up the bid. It's not required for you to set up the bid with septic, and it's not. So then the other thing that we discovered recently, and the reason why we made it a bid option was mainly to figure out what the prices were going to be. It is possible that if you include the bid with the septic, and then you come back later and say, well, the septic is not going to be valid at the site that you specified in your bid, the septic's got to go somewhere else. Now you get into issues with change orders, and the cost cannot be controlled that way. So one of the things that we want to do is separate the septic from the building construction so that we can we have a better control of the costs for the septic design and construction in relation to the building construction, because we do not want that building manufacturer to come back and say, the septic is going to cost you this much more now. Because the site conditions are a little bit different. So those are really hard to control. I'm not sure, I rambled a lot. I'm not sure if I answered that question.
Right. So my question would be if the site for the septic is not approved and we have to go somewhere else, what else would we do? Would that right. change the price of the building itself?
No, Mayor, when I mean you have to go somewhere else, you have to go somewhere else within the site. So typically LCRA requires a certain amount of soil for you to do drip irrigation. And it just depends on where you find it on the site. You may find it on the side of the hill, may find it right at the very top of the hill, may find it at the bottom of the hill. So that's going to change the location of where the septic is going to be set.
Now, and you can understand the issue, if we bid this out with the building, then the building manufacturer come back and says, oh, this site is no longer good. You're gonna have to move the site. It's gonna cost you 3 times more, because that's what contractors do when you have an issue that rises up, and they usually try to get more money than they should out of it. So it's a lot easier for us to control the cost and the design and everything else if we separate the two and we do not include it with the building design or the building construction. Meaning that we hire a separate engineer to do the design for the septic, and we hire a separate contractor to do the construction of the septic.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if they would have to alter the building. Excuse me.
No, Mayor, the building doesn't have, the building footprint, the building layout has nothing to do where the septic is or how the septic is designed.
Okay, so that answers my question then.
I rambled too
wouldn't
much,
necessarily-
I didn't really answer the question. Sorry, Mayor.
Counselor Williams.
But Eric, you said that the building is being bid out with a septic system or without a septic system. If you're not doing a septic system, what other system are you doing to supply this building? I mean, you're not talking about hooking up to a sewer line, are you? Or are you talking about hooking up to a sewer line?
Mayor, my apologies. I am so sorry. I've done a terrible job at explaining this. We sent the bid out, and these contractors bid it as a bid option to include the septic. However, we are proposing not to include the septic for this contractor because he's a building contractor.
Okay.
What we're proposing to do is to build a septic system separately. We already hired an engineer to design it, and we're going to hire a separate local contractor to build the septic system.
But by including it in this bid as a bid option, it gave them an idea that the septic would come in around 45,000 right now, but without knowing exactly where the septic is or something, I'm thinking that 45,000 could change.
Could be more? Is that what you're saying?
I'm thinking it could.
Okay.
I mean, is that not correct, Eric? Depending on the location, the septic could be more than that 45,000, correct?
We think it's going to be around 45,000. It could be more. We don't believe that it's going to be more in the sense that it's going to double. It could be anywhere from 35,000 to 55,000. So the location, all the location is going to do is add additional piping and perhaps add 1 or 2 more manholes.
So,
All right.
so currently right now we have 200,000 budgeted for this bathroom. So we're short 11,000 and we're short either the 45,000 or the 55,000. Is that what we're saying? Is that the total amount of shortfall? Or because I'm unclear on what the total amount of shortfall is that we have right now on this existing building.
Well,
yes. I'm sorry, Mayor, go ahead.
Well, say that was kind of my question. When you look at the Lago Vista Park project of 1.36, and you look at the breakdown on that, the 4 items that were included totaled 1.276, which left 84,000 out there.
Right.
Unaccounted for. So to me, this 11.3 in anything for the septic could be covered by that 84,000.
84,000, yeah.
But
So
what we don't, I guess what we don't know is because we haven't put all the other things out for bid. If at a later time, and we do put those out for bid, construction of phase 2, which is right now shown to be 972,000, if that comes in at 1.1, now we've lost that $84,000 buffer because we've spent it on, this 11.3 and the septic. So at that point, is when we would have to either make an amendment to the total, or we would have to make an adjustment somewhere else. Which, yeah, I don't know where that would be, but I don't know. We would maybe have to look at phase 2 to see what modifications could be made to phase 2, knowing that some of this is dictated by the grant that's tied to it. So I think does that kind of help explain?
Yeah.
But
Yes.
then we also have that question of the unknown 350,000 that, is included on page 234, but for some reason, I mean, is it in the budget or is it not?
Right.
I don't understand why we have the bathroom on two different locations. Was this just something that, Josh put that 350,000 in, but later went and put it under the 1.36 and then forgot to take out that page. In the ClearGov site. So it made it into the book, but was never actually approved. I think that's, along with Councilor Marion's questions that she thinks that she would like answered. I think this is something that we need to have cleared up so that we actually know what funds we're dealing with. And
right. Correct.
So, I'm along those lines that this needs to be brought back with a much clearer picture of what we have available fund-wise, and also provide the answers to Councilor Marion's questions of the expenses. Again, we, like she mentioned, the streets. I do know right now, TxDOT has identified an area where they already own a wider portion of the street, that all they would have to do is restripe it to add the turn lane in. Now that does require us to put in a separate entrance than what we have now. We would have to move it to the east a little bit. But, the restriping is about a $30,000 expense, as opposed to buying up all the property along the road and widening it. And I'm getting off subject here, but that's something that might be part of phase 2. So, yes, Councilor Marion.
So off subject, but not really, Mayor, because what you're asking or what you're saying is kind of what I was, to your point, what I was asking for. What have we already spent? What funds have been allocated? What do we have left to pay for? All phases considered. Just again, so we have a clear idea of what the total amount of this park is going to be. My guess is somewhere around 8 million, much higher than initially anticipated, I think. So I personally would prefer to go with what Councilmember Prince suggested and table this until we have some more information, more complete information.
And I'm thinking at this point, this might even be something that we have a work session on. All right. Any other council questions, comments before I go to the audience? I see Ms. DeVoe's giving the Scouts Honor sign up there or something.
I'm trying, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor.
I recognize Ms. DeVoe.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm actually on the Parks and Rec Committee, and the last meeting we had, we were still picking our officers, and we just got that done. And Chris Mobley had brought up the bathrooms, but it was just brought up that it was going to bid. So your committee that you've put together has not even had time to discuss this. and to see what these bathrooms are even going to look like. 2 stalls. We haven't even said 3 stalls. Now, they could have discussed this last year, but we've got a whole new committee almost. So it would be nice that Dave or Chris Mobley could have been here, who runs your parks and recs, and he could have been explaining some of this to us. And also that we who are on the Parks and Rec committee can take this back to us and see what's going on with it and maybe come up with some ideas and also get the financials on this. That would be very interesting to get the financials on this part as being on a committee. I'm now being asked to okay minutes from last year and everything else, and I'm not going to put my Darcy Hancock on anything until I see some stuff. So that's all I had to say.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience? All right, well, I'll bring it back to council then, and we're at that point. It is open for action. Yeah, Councilor Sullivan.
Yes, Mayor, I just make a motion that we table this item for now and ask that the staff put additional information together to bring this back to us.
Second.
At the next meeting? At the next meeting, Kev? Or at the next meeting or further down the road?
I'm not going to specify because, quite frankly, I don't know how long it's going to take them to go dig through and accumulate some of the stuff that has been asked for tonight. So I'll leave it. If they manage to get it available for next meeting, that's fine. If it takes a little longer, that's fine too.
Okay.
So quick question, Mayor, before we do a second on that. You had suggested a work session. Is that something we would need to make a motion on?
No, not right now.
I think if we table it, I think we can bring it back at either one. I don't think it necessarily has to be brought back at council. I think we can bring it back at a work session. Can we not, Aaron?
You can discuss the item at a work session. You cannot make final decisions. Any decision such as what is actually on your agenda tonight, voting on approving a bid, that would have to happen at the council meeting. But you may want to have a work session to discuss the budget for the park, what projects the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee has proposed or discussed. That way you can kind of wrap your arms around all things park, and then have staff bring specific items back to you. You know, if you're gonna, so tabling this item tonight just puts off the decision on whether you're going to do anything with these bids. If your intention is really not to accept these bids and go a different direction, you know, you might want to decide whether you're going to rip that Band-Aid off or not. If you think at some point after a discussion you want to accept one of these bids, then tabling tonight or postponing to another date might be the appropriate way to go. So what's before you tonight is a set of bids that you got for a specific type of bathroom. If you're not going to go that direction, because you don't want to leave these contractors hanging, and I don't know how long their numbers are good for, so you may end up in a situation where the bids aren't going to be any good anyway.
All right.
Mayor, I would make a motion that we deny the, I would make a motion that we deny
You already have one motion on the table.
Yeah. Okay, so Councilor Marion, we already have a motion
oh, got it. So we would just
on the table. I don't know, did we get a second on it?
Councilor Marion seconded it.
All right, so I already have a motion and a second on the motion to table.
Can I withdraw that though after hearing Aaron's clarification? Yeah, I don't think, or do I just vote against it? What's the
I don't know that you can. Can you withdraw a second? I see where you can withdraw a motion, but I don't know that you can withdraw it. Can you withdraw a second?
Yes,
I
Okay.
before
withdraw.
the vote, yes.
All right.
Then
So-
I'll second.
I'm sorry.
Then I will second.
Okay. So I've got the motion. Counselor Marion withdrew her second. Counselor Weatherly has seconded that motion. So the motion on the table in front of us right now is to table this decision, and that decision is whether to accept one of these bids or not, or
Okay.
to accept a bid. Any further discussion on that? Yes, Counselor Prince.
I'll just say that I think per the guidance of Aaron earlier, that we can't drag this out forever, but it seems to me that we can defer maybe for another council session or possibly two. So I'm okay with tabling, but I would say, the odds are that after we have this extensive discussion, we may end up rejecting this bid even 2 to 4 weeks out.
Yeah,
Counselor Sullivan?
right.
And I would agree with Councilor Prince. That may well be the case, but I'm not ready to discard it just yet. This might be the solution that we need to move forward with in the short term. If we can, it probably should come back on the next agenda, whether we're actually ready to make a determination or not, because we might need to reject it at that point. But I'm not quite ready to reject it just yet. It's just my personal opinion.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Mayor, may I add some more information for council?
Yes.
So per state law, council has 45 days to make a decision, whether it's yay or nay. If it is nay, then city staff would need to have some direction from council. Simply saying rejecting or canceling or anything like that, it's fantastic, but there needs to be associated with some sort of direction after that. Just remember, we have to have 45 days at minimum to make a decision on this one, regardless of what the answer is.
So is that 45 days from February 2nd at the opening, or is that from today?
That is 45 days from the opening of the bid.
All right. And so we're already 30 days into that. Being today is the 4th, 28 days in February, and today we're 30 days into that 45 already. So we would have to make a decision on the 18th. All right. So there's your deadline on when to bring it back right there.
Gotcha.
That answers Dave's question. We
Okay.
won't have a choice, Dave. It'll need to come back on the next one.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So we've got the motion and the second. Is everybody clear on the motion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Right. Motion carries 6-1. It is tabled until next council meeting. And what number am I on now? 8. Discussion, consideration, and possible action on the withdrawal of the construction contract award for Loman Ford Rehab, reject all bids, and authorize the city attorney and city manager to terminate the contract. Okay. Now, my summary really says nothing. The city recently awarded Loman Paving contract to Intermountain Slurry for $353, $492.54 for the base bid. So let me look on here. Dun, dun, dun. So my question, I think I know the answer, but I want to know for sure, why are you asking us to reject this bid? And what are we obligated to, because we've already awarded the contract to them. I know we haven't signed the contract, but we did award it to them. So, why are we rejecting this now? And, or what are we liable for if we do reject it?
Do you want me to start, Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
So Eric will have to fill in any critical details, but council approved awarding this to the contractor. However, no contract was ever executed. As you know, we've been in a process with new interim city manager, so we haven't gotten through that process. No contract has been executed. However, part of the process, after you approved awarding this, approved the bid from Intermountain Slurry, that a notification was provided to that company that the council had chosen them, and they have since then secured some of the bonds that are necessary to perform the contract. Therefore, there needs to be some discussion. If your choice is to not move forward and not execute the contract, we would need to have, I would recommend that someone negotiate with the contractor and have a discussion regarding the costs that they may have incurred with securing those bonds. This is a company that, if you've looked at the recent history for paving, we have used this company successfully in the recent past. We want to maintain a good relationship with them. Ultimately, if they really are out funds, then in theory they could file suit against us for damages, and that's not the way we should do business. So some discussion and negotiation with the company should occur to address the issue of what they may be out as far as costs if you choose not to move forward with the contract. My understanding from Eric, and he can fill in more, is this particular company does a particular type of paving that can't be done on Loman Ford because of the damage that was caused due to our weather event. Because of that weather event, the subbase was affected. All of the work that Eric's crews worked so hard and months on was ruined. And so now they're going to have to look at a different project. One other option that you might at least discuss publicly is whether or not it's feasible to do a contract amendment and have other streets paved with this surface. I believe that the timing of that might be impractical at this point because of the prep time that is needed for those other streets. A survey may need to be done of whether there are any streets that, because of the recent storm, would even be suitable for this process at this time. The other part of that is Loman needs to be repaired. Significant money, a different process, a more expensive process is going to have to be used. You want to look closely at your budget so you're probably going to be spending more money. Eric might have a better idea of what that number might look like. But legally, you want to look at minimizing the damage, any potential damages that could be claimed by this particular company because of the costs that they've incurred in reliance on the letter that was sent to them indicating that y'all had awarded the bid to them.
All right. So, I mean, that sounds like a good idea as far as seeing if we could, modify the contract to do different streets or something like that. But along those lines, my question would be, because we're talking at what, $353,000. can we just negotiate something along those lines, or because you're over $50,000? How does the state procurement laws come into play on that? I mean, do we have to go out and put all these other streets out for bid because of the procurement laws? And
So,
I'd be
so
hesitant just to award these.
there are limitations with what you can do with amendments to your contract. There are certain percentage limitations if you're going to change the numbers themselves as well. As far as the procurement laws go, there's a 25% limitation. Really, in truth, it seems somewhat impractical. I don't know how Eric feels about this, but it seems impractical that we went out for bid and that it's for that particular process. Now, we did name this street, but in theory, a street's a street's a street, right? It's in the city of Lago Vista. If the street is suitable for this particular process, I think that in theory you could make the argument that with a contract amendment you could get that done, because we're not changing if y'all were to try to keep this contract in place, we're not changing the process they're doing. If the street is suitable for microsurfacing, it's suitable for microsurfacing. If it's not, it's a whole different ball game. It's just, I think that there are too many other factors, unknown factors on this particular date that would make it difficult to commit to finding that other option. But if it's something you want to pursue, that's something I think you'd have to give staff direction on.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Prince?
It really strikes me that we just haven't gotten the information here. And so all of the conversation is talking about the implications or pain of changing the contract. Kind of buried in the middle of that discussion was the indirect reference to why we're even having this conversation. The packet says nothing about it. Can I ask that someone, presumably Mr. Belay, explain to us why everything has changed? And now I understand what I just heard is the weather event caused everything to change, but apparently, and about 2 minutes ago was the first time I've heard this, apparently the plan we have for Loman's Ford is no longer a workable plan. And that's why we're having the conversation. But could we please get some background as to what's going on here, what the issue is with the plan on Loman's Ford, and why we're having to look at changing this contract?
Yeah, and I'll let Eric answer here in a minute, but I was pretty sure that that's why this was brought up, is because of what the weather did to the street. But yeah, I would like a more detailed explanation. So Eric, if you don't mind.
Absolutely, Mayor and Council. One of the reasons that there wasn't a lot of information on the packet is a separate email was sent out to describing a little bit more detail. The intent was to start the conversation, have some conversation, and once council started talking about potential litigation and dollar amounts and things like that, that discussion probably needs to happen in executive session. So if the council, before I get to the explanation on the pavement itself, if council later down in the conversation decides that we can authorize such and such person to do something, one thing that we do ask is do not mention a dollar amount in public session, just because the contractor also sees exactly what we're discussing over here. In regards to Loman Ford, so originally the pavement, so there's different types of pavement. There's obviously there's chip seal, there's microsurfacing, there's slurry seals, overlays, and full depth reclamation. There's a whole plethora of things. But they're basically split into two categories. One is a sealant type. A sealant type basically is placed over pavement that is structurally somewhat sound. And then there is a structural build is basically placed on pavements that doesn't have a lot of support. So Loma did not originally have a lot of support, but we spent months preparing it and taking care of some of the bad spots to bring it to a type of pavement where a sealant type of pavement would be used on it. The reason is that a sealant type costs about 30% of the normal structural type of pavement. Similar to kind of like overlays or full depth reclamation, those are very expensive types of pavements. So our goal originally was to use our city staff to bring Loma to a level to where it was sufficient enough to use a much less expensive type of pavement on it, and a type of pavement that had a lot more friction in comparison to the other types of pavement because of the many curves that we had on the roadway. But because of the rain and the storm, and the typical patch that we used on that was very appropriate for our area. It's a typical hot weather patch that once summer hits, it solidifies really well and it lasts for a long time. But this type of patch should not be wise to use in a place like Wyoming or Maine or all these other places. But unfortunately, for a couple of weeks, we had Maine and Wyoming move into Central Texas and just wrecked everything. So this patch that we use is somewhat porous, even though it solidifies later on with the new sealant on top. And that allowed for ice and water to get beneath or through the patches that we created into the existing substrata and severely impacted the existing substrata, even worse than it was before. The crazy thing, it just didn't happen on Loma, it happened on a bunch of other streets, unfortunately. So because of that, this original type of pavement can no longer be used on Loma Ford, and it's that the sealant type was called microsurfacing. So that can no longer be used on Loma Ford based on the structural issues that it has. So the other one things that we're looking at now is making those additional repairs and go back to the drawing table and use a different type of pavement on Loma Ford. The cost of that would likely at least double from the original price. And I think the city council had budgeted $450,000 for that. We're anticipating this to be about $800,000 or more with a newer type of pavement. So that's something that city staff would have to come to council later on and discuss how that process would work. One of the issues we did consider and looking at other options on having the contractor possibly do other roadways to rehab other roadways. The downside of that is, first, we don't know how severely damaged these other roadways are, and we don't know if any of them have experienced a similar type of structural failure as Loma Ford did, and we've been too preoccupied with the storm recovery to spend any amount of time on doing a survey on these other streets. The other downsides on other streets that may use this type of pavement is that they need to be prepared, just like Loma was prepared, where we take care of drainage, we seal the cracks, we address any foundation issues on the roadway before we apply this type of roadway. So it probably would not be wise to do a budget amendment because these other streets are not ready. We don't know which ones they are yet. We had an idea before the storms which ones they were, but that may not be the case anymore.
All right. Yeah, I just pulled out the calculator just to say if this type of work we had proposed was about 30 cents on the dollar now goes up to about 1.176 million. So I know you mentioned 800,000, but wow. Okay. Yes, Mr. Williams, Councilor Williams.
So Eric, is it not feasible to, since you have a good working relationship with this company, is it not feasible to let because they can't do the other type of surfacing that you're talking about, but we have a good relationship. So are they are we not able to renegotiate the contract to say, we'll need to go out and survey some other streets that you may be able to do this microsurfacing to? The length of the contract may have to be extended to go through the rest of the year, but is it the dollar amount that we're worried about, or that we can't adjust the contract that we have with them to reflect what they can do for us? I'm unclear on that.
Well, before I bring Eric back in, it was brought to our attention earlier that, that bond that they secured for this, if it's 3%, that's 10.5 that they've spent already, and it's only good for 150 days.
Mayor, if I may not, please, let's not discuss any type of dollar amounts that may
Yeah, I don't, yeah.
be put it on the motion, please.
Okay. Councilor Davila.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for Mr. Belay. I keep hearing that Intermountain Slurry does not do full overlays. Do we know that to be a fact? Yeah, yes, sir, that is correct. They do slurry seals and microsurfacing. Those are the two things that they specialize in. That's all they do. Thank you. And then if I may, the other just to discuss, an overlay would cost us substantially more in this contract than if amended, it would exceed the percentages allowed by state laws.
Councilor Prince.
Looking at my budget book here, the street summary on page 204 says, as Mr. Belay has quoted, the Loman Ford Rehab, $450,000 budgeted for that. In addition to that, the street summary for this year includes $905,000 for overlay and $985,000 for microsurfacing. And then there's a microsurfacing details page, which actually lists the streets which were to be microsurfaced. It would seem to me that everything has changed. And so, obviously we don't want this contractor to continue spending more money and time on a project that makes no sense for us. So giving direction to the city to put brakes on that makes complete sense to me. Figuring out what to do and negotiating that contract is a separate effort that we should give them time to work out. But I think, to me, at this point, the most important thing in front of us on streets is figuring out how to fix this mess that is Loman Ford. So I would say that's maybe the top priority for us. And if we put that as agenda item on number 1 on the next meeting, and figure out what the new plan is for Loman Ford. And then as a side effect, figure out what to do with this vendor and what to do about the mix of budget between overlay and microsurface and Loman Ford. We need a complete FY20 street redo, is my sense, because of the storm. And man, it needs to happen yesterday.
Yeah. Well, I was going to suggest, and we've already got one, but I'm thinking this is also another work session type thing, because we've got to, like you say, we've got to go in and we may have to just completely push back our street rehab plan a year, and everything that we had projected for this year, everything gets delayed. That's sad, thinking of all the streets that we could have touched this year. But, with the situation being what it is, we just can't help it. We've got to fix Loman Ford Road. So yes, Councilor Marion.
I agree with you, Mayor, that we absolutely have to fix Loman Ford as a high priority since it's our main thoroughfare. But I also wonder how many other streets now might be in just a serious disrepair. Granted, far less travel than Loman Ford, which has to be priority number one. But I wonder if there are other roads that also need to be moved up now in the priority list because of damage from the storm.
Yeah, that's highly possible. Yeah. Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to comment that as we go through this process of investigating what we're going to do with our street plan and so forth, and specifically Loman Ford, that we try and investigate federal government dollars. I mean, they're getting ready to approve 1.9 trillion. Let's see if we can't get a little bit of that to help with these problems we're experiencing.
Yes, well, we've got DR 4586 that I put in my applications.
Yeah, it certainly seems like it's worth the effort to see if we can't get some dollars for that.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think we're at a position we pretty much have to reject the contract at this point. I just looking at our situation, I don't see, any other options, but so anybody else before I go to the audience? All right, anybody from the audience have any comments? Nope. Okay, so I'll bring, Mr. Durbin.
Yeah, I agree, Mayor, that I think that you need to reject this. Somebody needs to get a hold of these people right away and tell them to stop spending money, whether it's on bonds or anything else. And I can't imagine who would have done them a preliminary letter that said, you got a contract coming, but that's beside the point. But and I think driving around town and looking for someplace else to smear this stuff on other roads at this point is just not a good plan. I think you're going to need whatever money you got left from this to pour into Loman's Ford, and because you're going to have to do it right at this point. And I can't imagine any of the other roads being in any better shape from a structural standpoint after the freeze. But I can't imagine you would have anything in addition to whatever the bonding costs are. I would assume the contract, which isn't even signed yet, right, Aaron?
That's correct. We did send them a notice to cease work. So that part's already been done. We told them to stop spending money. No contract has been signed. They're waiting to hear back from us. In fact, we called them first, then we sent a letter. They're waiting to hear what the resolution is, what the next step is. Okay,
good. I mean, and I would assume the contract, this sounds like it is entirely related to weather. And I assume the contract has a force majeure clause in it. So
there's no contract signed, so
it's not signed anyway.
The contract doesn't apply.
Right, but they're relying on something because you're worried about getting sued. So, but yeah, $10,000 in bonding fees is chump change compared to the 350 grand that you're going to need to pour back into that anyway. So you're right, Mayor. Cancel it.
Yep. All right, thank you. All right, so anybody else from the audience? All right, I'll bring it back to council for action. Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Mayor, I would make a motion that we withdraw the construction contract that had previously been awarded to, Intermountain Slurry for the Loman Ford Rehab Project, reject all bids and authorize the city attorney and city manager to terminate the contract and to negotiate with Intermountain Slurry in a good faith fashion over any monies that have been spent so far.
Second.
All right, I have the motion by Councilor Sullivan and second by Councilor Marion. Any further discussion? Councilor Prince?
I just want to say one positive thing. I feel like I've been Mr. Negative tonight. I drive Boggy Ford every day, and the work that the city did on Boggy Ford held up beautifully through this storm. So thank you very much, Mr. Belay and team, for the work done on Boggy Ford. I just wish that we had had the time allowed for you to finish Loman Ford before this storm hit, because Boggy Ford is looking great.
Yeah.
Thank you, Council.
Right. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries unanimous. All right, so Mr. Prince, did that give an update on Loman Ford Road like you had asked previously?
It did, thank you.
Okay.
I think, thank you.
All right, so we are to number 9, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding ESD 1's request for a temporary certificate of occupancy. Travis County ESD 1, through the bonding company that is completing the project, has requested that a temporary CO be issued so that they can avail themselves of the use of the facility, notwithstanding several items that are not complete. One of the requirements that has not yet been initiated is the permanent erosion control measures to eliminate the bare soils that remain throughout the entirety of the site. As of the afternoon of February 24, 2021, final grading had not yet been completed. We were told at the project site that the surrounding area of the building would include new sod, with the balance to be treated with sprayed hydro mulch. Neither effort had been started at that time, and the entirety of the site consists of bare soils. After a lengthy effort initiated by members of both Planning and Zoning and the Building and Standards Commission, the council adopted Ordinance 20-09-17-05 and incorporates the following language in Chapter 3, Section 3.1402 D2A6, and a host of related amendments that were specifically included to prohibit the issuance of even a temporary CO when erosion control measures remain incomplete. Exposed soils in any form is prohibited at the time any type of certificate of occupancy is issued or before silt fencing is removed. Nonetheless, the primary impetus behind this amendment was the seemingly frequent disputes between contractors and residential property owners regarding who is financially responsible for the completion of the permanent erosion control measures that left untreated bare soils in place for inordinate, if not indefinite, lengths of time. However, if it is the desire of the council to waive this requirement, we would request that the decision include a maximum length of time before all erosion control measures required by ordinances be complete, and that this maximum time not exceed 60 days. So that is the summary. I would like to, the summary discusses the erosion control, but I'd like to point out that there was, a list provided of what was required to get to a point of being able to issue a temporary CO. And I think all of them, including the erosion control, except for one, has been addressed. So I'm thinking that the erosion control thing is really not so much an issue, and something that council easily could have taken into consideration. However, looking at the list of things that needed to be done for the CO, the one that hasn't been addressed is the backflow preventer. On the list, it says number 4, install backflow preventer The city is open to a smaller black backflow preventer if the ESD is not concerned with the flow rate amount. The backflow is required by city ordinance of plumbing code and under section 13 code of ordinances, TAC 30 and some TCEQ regulations. I think that is a major player when considering whether we want to issue a temporary CO. I think that needs to be addressed. And I think some, along those lines, I think there's some LCRA things that have to be met before a temporary CO can be issued. So I'm going to ask, Aaron and Eric at this point if they would chime in and provide some more background on these issues, if you would, please.
Mr. Mayor, with regard to the backflow preventer, that is a critical backstop for ensuring that the city's water system is not contaminated. The type of, as I understand it, the ESD submitted a plan to the city in August of 2019 that included a backflow preventer. That is the plan that was approved. That hasn't been done to date. The backflow preventer is what will keep any contaminants that could come into the system through the connections on this particular site from entering our main line that goes to our water tower. I believe, you as a firefighter have also seen issues when water systems can be contaminated at fire stations in particular. One of the parts of my past life, I was the actual one of the, I think there were 6 people on my team, staff attorneys at TCEQ. I was there for a decade. One of the groups that I was the legal representative for was the water utilities and district section. I'm very familiar with TCEQ regulations. I find it highly unlikely that they would approve of not having a backflow preventer at a fire station in particular. There are air gaps that can be provided that are more appropriate for use when you have short sections of line, when you have residential connections, when you have lower flow use systems. This particular type of system, if there was an overpressure on the fire system side, could send foam or other chemicals into the main part of the city's water system. It's highly ill-advised to allow a fire station to not have a backflow preventer, especially given that part of the process that they're doing on this particular site is going to be training. So you're going to have men and women of various fire departments who are learning how to use these systems, learning how to use this equipment, and it could have dire consequences. As you know, this fire station is just down the street from our high school. From a legal perspective, should the city allow the fire station to not put in a backflow preventer, and whatever processes they have in place are not sufficient to ensure that the system is protected from backflow, and someone were to get sick, the city could face liability for allowing this particular entity to not install a backflow preventer. For that reason alone, I'm not recommending that this be allowed at this particular time.
So is the hydrant down at the end that would be used for training, like if they're doing hose drills or something like that, that's on this line? That's correct? Is it not?
I believe it is. Eric can answer, and I believe your fire chief, Mr. Norman, could answer that question as well.
Okay. Well, the reason I say that is because you kind of mentioned the overpressurization, and I know the city of Austin, we had an incident about 4 months ago on scene at a fire. They were connected to the hydrant, and I really don't know if they connected the discharge to the hydrant instead of the intake, but they overpressurized the hydrant on scene and filled the city of Austin's water system with foam, and it was created quite a mess for city of Austin to get the foam out of that system. And I don't even know what all it did, but I do know they had a lot of foam in the system. So I'm just wondering if they were using that hydrant for hose drills and things like that, if that's something that could possibly happen, you know. Eric, did you have anything?
Sure, Mayor, just to fill in the gap real quick. So about a week ago or 2 weeks ago, we met with LCRA and we went through the site, made some, LCRA had some of their comments regarding erosion control, and the city had some comments regarding the site improvements. And obviously one of them was a backflow preventer that was required. So a few of the things that, city staff cannot waive a backflow preventer because first it's in the ordinance. Secondly is because we seriously think and we are concerned of cross-contamination issues. So one of the concerns is that the building itself has an air gap, so the fire suppression system inside the building is protected from what they call an air gap, means that water doesn't come backwards from the building itself into the main trunk line that feeds the building. So at least that I'm told that there's an air gap. I haven't actually inspected inside the building, but I believe there is. The downside is that between the building and from the training tower to Lomond 4, there's about 600 feet of pipe. And the 600 feet of pipe includes 2 fire hydrants, which obviously will be used for training, which is what Aaron also explained. So that section of pipe holds about 1,600, give or take, gallons of water. If obviously one issue is overpressurization, then water comes back this way. The other issue is water doesn't get used, water goes bad inside the pipe and it starts building a carcinogenic gas called trihalomethanes, which is a THM, and other bacteria that could potentially get back into our water system. Now, people are going to say, well, if you don't overpressurize, how does water get back into the system? The water gets back into the system because the pressure inside our main lines is not constant at all times. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. When the pressure goes up, water goes into the branches, and this would be one of the branches. When pressure goes down, water comes back into the system, regardless however much water there is. So as far as the requirements, the city obviously has our plumbing code that requires us, if there's any suspicion of cross-contamination, then backflow preventer will be required. The other thing is the city follows the city of Austin requirements, and their ordinance says that a customer who takes potable water from a fire hydrant or uses site that involves the fire hydrant must test and produce and provide a backflow prevention assembly before taking the water. A person using a water hauling vehicle to take water from the city's public water system must install a reduced pressure backflow prevention assembly and blah, 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 all these other things. One of the things the city of Austin, which is the requirement that they have, which we follow, is that if there's any more than 100 gallons of water in a pipe that is not solely for domestic use, then the backflow preventer must be installed. So in regards to TCEQ guidelines, I understand the ESD intends to have somebody come and maintain that system properly. Unfortunately, one of the things that TCEQ says that any residence or establishment where an actual or potential cross-contamination hazard exists, additional protection shall be required at the meter in the form of air gap or backflow preventer assembly. So, that's one of the requirements that they have from TCEQ. So one of the things that TCEQ defines potential is a condition by which its location, piping, or configuration has a reasonable probability of being incorrectly used through carelessness, ignorance, negligence, or cause to be created a backflow condition by which contamination can be introduced into the water supply. Now, council, there is no question on city staff side that a backflow preventer is required. Now, what council, obviously, it seems to me like the concern is the money and it's not the requirement itself. So your city engineer would definitely ill advise you not to install, would advise you to install one then at that location and not ignore this requirement. But if council chooses to follow another direction, and if money is a concern, then it's something that council needs to have a discussion with the ESDs regarding those funds.
All right, thank you. All right, council, questions, comments? Yes, Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a quick question. Even if something like this can't, even if something like this requirement can't be waived, is it possible to issue a TCO with some sort of limited use until this is taken care of? Or is that just absolutely not possible? Because I understand the station on Allegiance is currently not operable. Is that right?
That is correct. And if I may weigh in, I think the only way to resolve this dispute is to have TCEQ come up and give an opinion. I have two civil engineers and another water supply corporation that is telling me that the code is being misinterpreted. We could sit here and debate it, back and forth all day long. And as far as a hydrant goes, does every fire hydrant in the city of Lago Vista have a backflow preventer on it? And I think the answer is no. And the only foam that could get into that system would come from our fire protection system. And Eric already admitted that there's a safe net in there to keep that from happening. And also Eric, about 5 or 6 months ago, approved what he just mentioned, is if we would have the cross-contamination program in place, that he would approve that in lieu of the backflow preventer. And then when we got the interlocal agreement with the Jonestown Water Supply Corporation, then that wasn't good enough at that time. So, and I talked to Kamal with TCEQ today, while he would not give me a specific, just a broad term, not talking specifically of our particular situation, but a cross-contamination program is merely flushing the hydrants and monitoring the water that's in the system. So if it's required by TCEQ, ESD1 will gladly pay for it and put it in, but we're talking taxpayer dollars, and y'all are talking millions and hundreds of thousands. I don't have that luxury as a fire chief that every single penny and every single dime, I want to be a good steward. So before we invest $10,000 or $20,000 on a device, I think we all should know from TCEQ, since we're citing their rules and regulations, let's get them up here and let's have them give a ruling. If they say we have to have it, I concede and we'll put it in, no questions asked. If they say there's an alternative to it, I would hope that council consider that alternative before we spend anybody's taxpayer money on anything that's not absolutely required. But our civil engineer with 40 years experience, in a letter that I sent to each and every one of you, says it is not required, and he does not feel like it's required. Again, as he said, she said, TCEQ is the one person or the one entity that can decide this.
All right. Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor,
Yes.
I just want to make sure that we're very clear. Mr. Belay never approved what Mr. Norman just stated. He never
Aaron,
approved the cross-contamination control.
I have the email that I will send it to everybody, where Eric absolutely did say that that was an alternative, Aaron.
Yeah, I would appreciate if you'd provide that documentation, sir, because that's not my understanding. And let's be very clear, the city ordinances also require the backflow preventer. It's not just TCEQ requirements. So if the city council wants to waive their ordinance requirements that are a health and safety requirement, something to protect the safety of every single citizen that gets water from our water system, that is a risk, a legal risk that the city is going to have to take.
So what if the house across the street from that fire station burns down tonight after you tell me that the temporary occupancy permit's been denied? So who's going to take that liability?
All right, we're getting off subject here. We're not going to start debating all these what ifs. Yes, Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. Another question, and forgive me if this is not really, I don't know the details, so I'm just going to ask this, and if it's outlandish, just let me know. Is it possible, since the station up here on Allegiance is currently not usable and isn't going to be used as a fire station any longer, is it possible to move this, whatever this is called, backflow preventer thing from there to the new station? Is that even possible?
There's not one there.
Okay, well then it's not possible. But then so wait. If there's not, that begs another question then for me. If there's not one there, why does this other one require a backflow preventer? Is it only some stations that are supposed to have it?
Well, yeah, I don't know. I'll let somebody else chime in, but I'm also thinking that station's been there for 30, 40 years. I don't know how long it's been there. It may not have been a requirement back then, but.
Mayor, I can answer that easily. So it is, backflow preventers are installed when there's a concern or potential for cross-contamination. On the fire station at Allegiance and also on the new fire station at Bronco, there's not one. The reason that there's required one over on this one is because we have 600 feet of pipe and about 1,600 gallons of water in the pipe that could potentially cross-contaminate our water system. So it's the water system inside the site that is different. It's not really the fire station or the building itself.
So Eric, would a cross-contamination program in lieu of a backflow preventer solve that problem?
Mayor, I'm not going to answer that. I think this is getting a little too much back and forth. So the answer is obviously no. We've got our rules and regulations in place in there that a cross-contamination program does not include a possibility for human error or human ignorance or other things that were quoted on TCEQ rules and regulations.
But is that not in TCEQ regulations, right? At the same chapter with the backflow, it's either or, backflow preventer or the cross-contamination program?
I thought we weren't going back and forth on this.
Yes, Miss Marion.
I'm sorry, Mayor, but I'm just a little confused. So if I want to make sure I got this straight. So the station on Allegiance right now doesn't have one of these. We're saying, nor does the one on Bronco, but the one on Loman Ford is supposed to have one. Is the ordinance specific in that it names how many feet of pipe, excuse me, there have to be in order for this backflow preventer to be required, or does the ordinance say that it should be required in all cases? I'm just trying to make sure I understand what the ordinance explicitly says and whether or not we've already essentially allowed there to be some non-compliance with the ordinance, and if that's the case, why would this station be any different? So can someone clarify if the ordinance is specific to the number of feet that's required before you need to have one of these?
One of the things that the city follows, the City of Austin ordinance, and that one clarifies it. TCQ doesn't give a clear direction. TCQ simply says that if there's a potential cross-contamination, it gives certain criteria. City of Austin, which we follow in our ordinances, clarifies it as there's 100 gallons or less, 100 gallons or more in a pipe system between the city main and the nearest air gap, or domestic use, then get backflow preventer would be required. So it's a lot of cities, and there's a lot of cities use kind of the same general engineering standard, but TCQ itself does not have a specific gallons or pipe lengths. Because a lot of designs are different, and they I guess they haven't created a rule or regulation for every single type of design. They just give general guidelines.
Okay, so 100 gallons of water is the kind of the gatekeeper that I think I just heard you mention. And I guess that means that Allegiance and Bronco have less than 100 gallons of water in the pipe.
That's how I'm interpreting it too. Yes.
Is there confirmation of that?
Yes, ma'am. We don't believe there's any cross-contamination issues at those two locations.
But is there less than or more than 100 gallons of water in the pipes at those two locations?
We believe that there may be generally less on that. We haven't actually measured, but I believe there's definitely generally a lot less than 100 gallons.
And that's due to the size of the pipe? The being a bigger pipe?
That is one. There is one reason. So one of the reasons is obviously the size of the pipe and the amount of water that is in the back behind property lines that could potentially be contaminated. The other reason is the use of it. So the other two fire station, the only use for those is domestic use and fire suppression system.
Got it. Thank you.
All right. Is that it from council? Yes, Councilor Prince.
I would like to up-level the conversation for just 1 minute and make sure that we're not, just going to continue to have issues come before us. So my understanding, and I want to get confirmation from both the city side and both from Chief Norman, that there's been a list of 6 items the city sent to ESD that needed to be completed before temporary CO. My understanding, which I'll ask for confirmation, is that 5 of the 6 are resolved and will be accomplished, either have been or will be accomplished by ESD in order to get this temporary CO. The only open issue for temporary CO is this backflow preventer. That's question number 1 I want to get confirmation on from both sides. Question number 2, for the permanent final CO, what I've seen is a list of 4 items, and my same question exists there. Will any of those 4 items be an issue that are going to come back before council, or is ESD okay with meeting those 4 items? So I'll ask both on the city side and on ESD side to address that question.
Yeah, that's a good question, because number 2 on the list mentions the LCRA water quality aspect. So, Eric, do we know on that list of 6?
Is this our complete list? Are we done asking for things with this list, Mr. Belay?
I believe Roy might have had a couple items, but I'm not sure that they were major. On the others, on the 6 items that deal with the site improvements, I know of the contractor and LCRA have been discussing directly on what was needed on their side, but I do understand that the contractor for the Loman station is working towards those. I do not know, I don't have any confirmation at this time that they have been complete though.
I'm sorry, if I may clarify my question, really what I'm asking is from the city side, have we made all of our requirements? Are we done listing requirements for ESD, both for temporary and for final CO? And then I'll ask from the ESD side to give us a status update on their ability to comply with those.
Yes, Mayor, I believe we have listed all of our requirements.
Okay, so that list has 6 for the TCO and an additional 4 for the final CO. So those 10, that's the complete list.
Does Mr. Jambo have anything to add per Mr. Belay's comment?
No, sir. Yeah, that's, our only issue is, you know, for whatever reason, the erosion control ordinance doesn't allow us to do it unless council tells us it's okay.
Okay. Okay, so, and Councilor Prince, what was your question for ESD side?
For Chief Norman, so these 6 + 4 items, is there anything on here besides the backflow preventer?
No,
Do you
sir.
have any issue with implementing, Mr. Norman?
No, Councilman, the only issue that the contractor, my civil engineer and the architect keeps bringing to me is the backflow preventer. Everything else, they agreed that there needed to be some modifications done. They're addressing or have addressed each and every one of those. And I'm acting on advice of this people that we've hired to be the stewards of the taxpayer money on this. And so we're down to this one item. And then, you know, just whatever we decide tonight, what do we do with the staff and the fire trucks that's in the fire station? And we need to have that discussion.
So all areas have been hydro mulched?
I haven't been over there to see that personally, if you're asking me, Mayor. I don't know that it's been done, but I know that we've agreed to do it and they're working towards that. And like Mr. Eric has said, they're working with LCRA and they've got a dialogue going. So they have a plan. Whether it's been completed, I don't know. But they had intend on everything being done by this Friday. So that's tomorrow already.
All right. Anybody else on council? Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm actually just going to revisit an earlier question that I had, only because I don't recall if there was an answer, and if there was, I don't remember what the answer was. And that was, could a temporary certificate of occupancy be provided with limited use until this issue about the backflow preventer is worked out? Is that a possibility, since there is no access currently to the Allegiance station, so that we don't run with, you know, down a station essentially? Is that even a possibility?
Well, what do you mean by limited use?
Yeah, so like,
No, go. I'm talking to Miss Marion right now.
yeah, like, and is there a way that they could be allowed to occupy the building and have some sort of limited use in place until the backflow preventer is on the hydrant? Is there another hydrant? I don't know all the logistics. I'm just trying to see if there's a way to get our fire department in this building so that folks on this side of Lago Vista have a fire station in relatively close proximity.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that, because I don't know what limited use, I don't know the definition of limited use. I mean, if you say no water whatsoever, when they want to go in there and occupy it with absolutely no water, I mean, maybe that's something that's feasible, but I don't know what limited use means. Yeah. So I would say no, but so I don't think being in there with no water would. Yeah. Council,
The
whether
alternative is that we've got this new fire station that the ESD still can't occupy, and folks on this side of Lago Vista have no fire station that's nearby. What would the closest fire station to, like where I live, for example, off of Boggy Ford, where would that be?
Jonestown.
Well, no, you've got Bronco.
No,
right?
Bronco's not occupied.
Oh, gotcha, okay. So if we don't have Allegiance occupied and we don't have you in the one up here on Loman Ford, our only option for emergency services then comes from Jonestown.
That's correct.
Okay, that's kind of a big deal for me.
Council Weatherly.
Mr. Mayor, can we not offer a temporary occupancy certification with the restriction that the line going to the fire hydrants not be used for anything except for general use water within the fire station until we have verification from TCEQ that the backflow valve is not required. This will give them the opportunity to continue to function within the Loman station because the Allegiance station is just not functional. They've got to have a place to work. They've got to have a place to sleep. We can't throw them out on the street. That's not possible. You want to talk about safety risk, not having them in the fire station, not having them where they can do their job, having them where they cannot rest, where they cannot do the things they need to do. That creates a high risk for our community. So give them the temporary occupancy certification with the restriction that they not use the fire hydrants. So there is no chance of them hooking them up wrong, doing something wrong, pushing the water back, and allow them to continue to use the water for their needs within the station. Get TCEQ out here as quickly as possible. Get them to give us a ruling. Tell us what is right and what is not right, what they will accept. Because I do not want to get the city into a situation where we're getting dings from TCEQ. And then once we have a decision, either a backflow preventer can be installed, or we can go ahead and say that's not necessary and go on down the road and give them their permanent certificate. But we need to go on now and get something done so that they can stay in the station and function appropriately.
Well, that's why I was asking what the definition of limited use was. Yeah.
Will that be
Thank
my
you for
definition?
providing that, Dick.
Councilor Davila.
Yeah, Mayor, I have a couple of questions. First of all, if we agree to a limited use, who's going to monitor that limited use? What is that limited use? And it's a surprise to me that Allegiance is not functional. When did that happen?
With the storm, with the ice.
Okay, well, let me state in the strongest possible terms that I would be very uncomfortable to have the system possibly be contaminated without the use of the functional apparatus that would keep that backflow from occurring. The other question that I would have is, how long would it take to install this backflow device? Is this something that could be done tomorrow, or is it not feasible to be done in the near future?
I don't know. I don't know how long it would take. I guess we'd have to have a plumber, somebody that could.
Mr. Mayor, that really depends on whether they've ordered it or not, and it doesn't appear that they have. It may be as short as 2 weeks. It may be as long as they can, wait it out. The installation process is not the time-consuming part of it. It's getting the actual apparatus, because it's not something you can pick up off the shelf at Home Depot. Again, just this was something that was part of their approved plan in 2019.
Councilor Williams.
Is there something that's preventing the Bronco station from being opened up?
It's not finished.
Yeah, it's still got a lot of work to do.
The Bronco station has a lot of work. Okay.
Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm all in favor of trying to get them up and running as quickly as possible. If there's something that we can work out, I think that would be wonderful if we can accommodate them. But the flip side of that is I hear all kinds of talk about, oh my gosh, we can't go without, them having the station over at Legence or on Loman. But I'm not hearing a whole lot of talk about the risk we would take with our water system if they don't install that backflow preventer. I mean, I'm just shocked. We've got it in our ordinances for a reason. The city of Austin has it in their ordinances for a reason. That particular station is different than the other ones because it's a training facility and has a much longer pipe. Okay, so bottom line is, I'm like Councilor Davila. I understand that Chief Norman is trying to save the taxpayers $10,000 or $20,000. I get it, but I'm not willing to risk our water system over $10,000 or $20,000. Bottom line is, I think it ought to be installed. I don't care what TCEQ says. It's in our ordinances for a reason. It ought to be in there. And we ought to be forthwith telling them, go get that piece of equipment and get it installed. And we'll work with you in the meantime so that you can operate out of there. Just my humble opinion.
Well, and my thing, we mentioned operating on limited use. Depending on what that limited use is, why can't you operate out of Allegiance on the limited use?
The bay doors won't open, Mayor. The bay doors are both destructed. The station sustained a lot of damage. It would take more money and time to fix those doors, and we would be putting a lot of good money to a bad cause to try to get all that repaired.
Okay. Councilor Marion.
Mayor, I just want to make clear what I'm trying to get at here. I'm not trying to say that we shouldn't require this backflow, I'm sorry, whatever it's called, preventer. I'm just trying to say that maybe we let them in the building and then we can figure out the rest of this. I don't think anybody on council is saying we don't care about the quality of our work. And frankly, I really don't appreciate the insinuation there. What I'm saying is that what I do find unacceptable is that we would not allow them some sort of temporary occupancy while we figure out this other stuff, and then require them to come from Jonestown, a 20-minute drive, to get down here to answer an emergency call, when it just seems unnecessary to do that. I think if we can work with them, we should, but I don't know that anybody is saying we absolutely should not require this backflow preventer. I just think that we should be putting the safety of our citizens first and foremost. If we can get them in there, limited use water, very similar to what Mr. Weatherly has suggested, then why not at least consider it? But I don't think, at least myself, I'm not saying that we should not require this.
Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. As I said, I'm all in favor of helping them get operational. But to me, it would be, the caveat would be, yes, give you the TCO so you can operate out of somewhere, but on the supposition that you agree you're going to put in the backflow converter and it's going to be done forthwith. This, again, my opinion, but let's just not equivocate on that issue anymore. Because what I'd like to do is get to some kind of solution tonight that is a permanent solution, not one where we're going to have this conversation again 2 weeks from now, 4 weeks now, 6 weeks from now. Bottom line is, absolutely, let's get them up and running, but you agree you're going to put that backflow preventer in so that we don't have to address this issue anymore.
So I'm gonna bring Eric in, because I want an opinion from an engineer. Is it possible, with listening to the suggestions, is it possible to allow ESD to operate out of that fire station with a limited use, like we put the black trash bags on the fire hydrants and tag all the hydrants out of service, so that none of the hydrants on that ground is used. They only have access to domestic water. Is that possible? And along those lines, a reasonable time, if we said, okay, we'll give you the TCO with these limited use parameters, but you have to have the backflow preventer in 30 days. Is that something that's reasonable?
Mayor, I appreciate the compromise. You, council, and previous city manager have hired me to try to maintain our system, and my first and most primary goal is to make sure that our system operates safely. I love the guys at the fire station. We worked very well recently. And then I do appreciate the other engineer making those comments, even though he installed the same system over at the high school right next to us with the backflow preventer, same situation. So one of the things that is a concern still is that there's still bad water, potentially 1,600 gallons of water in that pipe that sits in the ground, that could, after a few days, that water starts creating THM, which is a carcinogen. So that is not advised for the ESD itself, and that's definitely not advised for the city to make it work that way. And I know this is a big issue, but I will not put my license or my career on advising you anything differently just because there's some political pressure going on.
So is there a domestic water line? It's tapped into that same line, right? It's not separate?
No, Mayor, I don't believe it is. There was a design at one point, I'd say maybe a month or two ago, to run a separate domestic line and tap it right right at the meter to connect it, but I'm not sure what happened to that one. I believe we approved the design and we sent a cost estimate for a city to do it, or if they could hire their own contractor, but I'm not sure what happened at that one. It's been going too long. It's been too much time has passed, and we've had the freeze to deal with. So I think they might have been put on hold. I'm not sure.
So we couldn't just shut all the water off to that line. They would be completely without water. Possibly, yeah.
Yeah, currently, I believe that line that feeds the fire station is not connected to the domestic line, if I understand it well, although I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, I was just trying to.
Can Chief Norman answer that question?
Trying to think if there was a way to isolate that one pipe and still allow them to use this station.
Yeah,
but
Councilor Prince, the domestic line is tied into the main line. The reason that the separate meter didn't get put in is because the location of the vault that has the big meter in it would not allow for the second water meter. It was going to entail moving the vault and doing a lot of work. So the previous city manager, agreed that it would just be easier to just tie into the big line. So that's why the second meter didn't get put in.
Okay, Council Weatherly.
This question is for Eric. Eric, if we put some kind of stipulation in this, that one of those lines had, one of those things had to be opened like every 4, 5, 6 days, something like that. One of those fire hydrants had to be opened and flush that line. Would that help keep those contaminants at a minimum inside that line until we could get this worked out?
Mayor and council, define minimum.
Eric, I'm just looking for a solution on how we can get this done. Is there some kind of program, something they could do, flushing that line, that would maintain it in a safe fashion so we could go on and let them get in there and work until we get this worked out?
I'm not sure, council. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Anybody else on council? Yes, Councilor Prince.
I don't know that we ever got a real sense of how long it is. So if ESD were to give a clear message from us tonight that there's no backing away from this backflow preventer, how long it takes to get that done. They have to order parts, they have to get it, they got to schedule the plumber. Is this 2 weeks? Is it 2 months? Is it 6 months? Can the chief give us a sense of that?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how long it would take.
Doing a lot of work.
All right.
Can't hear you.
So is that it from council? Questions? I don't know the answer to that, Paul. So.
Mayor, I can try to chime in on that one, although not an exact answer. To install it, it would probably only take a day to install it. The issue is that if it hasn't been ordered, it's not something that you can easily find somewhere, unless there are contractors who have connections that may have something somewhere, but they, if that is not there, it could take 2 weeks to get the material in.
Okay, thank you. Well, if that's all of the comments from council, is there anybody from the audience who would like to make a comment? Yes, Ms. DeVoe.
Hello, Mayor. I just didn't she just have something on the agenda in February about the fire station and trying to get them in back then about their water lines? I'm just wondering why this wasn't all put together. It seems like everybody's dragging their feet, and it's like, I mean, I've worked with construction before, and usually, you get an inspector out there, and an inspector says, hey, you got to do this, this, and this before you get that. They're doing it because you got your plumber there. Your plumber's already has, he's there and he's already talked to them and he knows what you need. And so this goes on from there. But then, when somebody doesn't say, yeah, you need this plumber there, the plumber's gone and he's gone to go do other jobs. And now you get on the backside of his waiting list. So, I mean, I'm just wondering, in February, when you were talking about the water and getting the water to them, why wasn't this discussed back then in February? I mean, this is absurd that we've just come through this huge storm. The fire department does not have a station they can work out of. We have no idea what's going to happen in the fire season coming up. And we're all like going, well, there's no part for it. And well, and this and this. And I'm sorry, as a citizen of Lago Vista, I'm looking at this as like, you are all just dragging your feet, and this should have came up in the last, or the meeting before, when you were discussing the plumbing there, that one. Sorry, thank you.
Yeah, well, we didn't discuss it because it was not brought to us as an issue, so. All right.
Mr. Mayor, may I speak, please?
I don't know who that is.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Paul Roberts.
Yes, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Mayor. Regarding Councilman Weatherly's suggestions about purging the water lines on a regular basis, my home on Mira-Lago Drive, that was done at our home weekly for nearly a year. And the purpose of that was to mitigate the problems with the water that Eric had described. And I mean, if there's any if a consideration for a homeowner can be made in that regard, perhaps too that consideration could be made on a short-term basis for the fire station. Perhaps, as someone had suggested, 30 days, setting a timeline to get this done by. The temporary permit is good for a certain amount of time, and the city agrees in the course of that time to implement mitigation efforts, but will not accept certain liabilities. I don't know, something to that effect. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Anybody
Mayor, may I
else?
ask a question?
Yes.
I understand the ESD has its office space, and the EMTs are operating out of that office space that's across the street from the Bronco station. Is it not feasible for some of the folks to be housed out of that space?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know.
You couldn't put a fire truck there. There's not the electricity to plug the fire trucks in. There's not the space, or we would have already had a fire truck in there, just because that's where 40% of our calls occur from. So that's why we only have an ambulance in there. There's just no way to put a fire truck in that building.
Yes, Councilor Prince.
I understood the spirit of the question to be, could that not be a solution for services being essentially located? Maybe the truck's still down at 103, but the primary people are up at 101. So it's not as far away as Jonestown. I think that was the spirit of the question, trying to find something that was kind of in between being so bad that there's nothing all the way out to Jonestown. And I see Aaron nodding to that.
Yeah, but then you got response time trying to get those people down to that station to get the apparatus.
That's not
that's really not feasible. You need personnel on site. I mean, even in well, unless it's an all volunteer station, but even in a mixed volunteer professional, you've got permanent personnel on site with the apparatus. So yeah, I don't think that would be feasible. Yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I know there's been some trepidation about heading this way, but it just seems like our best solution is to provide a TCO. They use water for the firehouse only. The hydrants are disabled or what have you. The only time they get used is to flush the water out of that line on a routine basis that the city dictates, and that we provide this TCO underneath the assumption that they agree they're going to put the backflow preventer in and that they will do it within 30 days. I mean, I can't think of any other solution.
Yep, that's kind of what I'm leaning. The only other issue I would have is what happens in 30 days if they don't have it in.
Mr. Mayor, I'd also request that they accept any liability for any damages that are caused to our water system or impacts to our people if they do end up impacting our water system. I'd want that in writing.
Agreed.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think we're at that point. We've beat it enough. It's dead. We're up for action. Yes,
Can I make?
Councilor Sullivan.
I'll make a run at this motion and you guys tell me if you like it. I would make a motion that we approve the TCO for ESD1 at the Loman Station with the caveats that they only use water at that location for the firehouse itself and personal use, that the hydrants are not used with the exception of using hydrants at the training facility to flush water out of that line on a schedule that the city dictates, and that they also agree that they are going to install the backflow preventer within 30 days and that they accept all liability of cross-contamination to the city water system during that time frame.
All right, what would be the for flushing the system?
I made it, I said it at city's schedule, and I'm assuming that Mr. Boulay would be the one that would come forward and tell them how often that they would need to flush it. And if we want to make sure that that gets into the motion, I would encourage him to speak up at this point.
Mayor, it may be best to just leave it as Councilmember Sullivan has made the motion. We will need to do some more research on that one.
Okay.
Okay.
Are we needing a second on that motion?
Well, I'm making my notes. Approve it with condition, no hydrant use. The system is flushed at a schedule. As approved by the city, and then accept liability.
And agree to put in the backflow converter within
Right.
30 days.
Okay, yeah, and flush, okay, backflow.
And ESD accepts liability.
Right.
Okay.
Because, this is going to be in writing, it's got to be agreed upon, and so the ESD cannot use that facility until this is agreed upon and all parties agree.
And all parties have signed a written agreement. Absolutely.
Yeah. So, that's not something that's going to happen tonight. So,
If that's the case, Mr. Mayor, someone would want to add to the motion that you would authorize either you or Mr. Chan to sign the agreement.
I would amend my motion to add that the mayor or Mr. Chan has the authority to sign this agreement once it's drafted.
So along those lines, with the research that engineering needs to do to see what type of, schedule for flushing that pipe, how long is it going to take to come up with some form of agreement?
We'll have to get it done ASAP, sir. I can't promise I can get it done tonight, but we can get it done tomorrow.
Yeah.
It seems critical.
Mr. Belay, can you have done your research so you can provide the schedule that could be part of the agreement tomorrow?
Yes, Mayor, I believe we can do that.
All right. So I have the motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, I have the motion and a second. Is everybody clear on the motion?
Mhm.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous, and we'll put the agreement together and have it over to ESD1. And we will go to number 10.
Mayor,
Yes,
my name is Glenn Weichert. I'm here with my client on item 11. Could I respectfully request that you bump us up one out of order? Or would that be a problem?
you certainly may. And I will be happy to accommodate that. And I'm sorry, I probably could have even bumped you up even a little bit faster, but
I should have asked earlier. We were on at 5:30, but it's been a long night for you too.
yeah, I apologize. So we will skip number 10 and we will go to number 11.
Thank you.
Discussion, consideration, and possible action on request from Pablo Sergio Guerrero Garcia for waiver of the waterline extension requirements in section 6.213C of the city's Code of Ordinances, property located at 8400 Bronco Lane. So back in January, we considered this. And just so you know, this is only something that council can consider. This doesn't go to a board or anything like that. It all can only come to council for consideration. Myself or the mayor or the city manager could put this on. We put it on. We considered the application from the Guerreros. And at that time, we voted unanimously to deny the request. Subsequently, the Guerreros contacted the city regarding the decision. February 18th, they submitted an email with some additional information and also had stated to me that they weren't aware
I
that
can
it was
open my camera.
on the.
Come on, help me here. Oh,
Ms. Guerrero,
help me.
can you mute yourself for a second, please?
Hello? Can you?
Yeah, mute yourself, please.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm trying. I'm trying to open my camera and I'm working on that. Can you please wait just a second? Is the sound good?
Yeah,
Yeah, we
I'm
can hear
I'm
you.
trying to talk and your sound is coming through. I need you to turn your mic off.
Hello? Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wait. Yeah, I'm trying to connect myself.
All right. Well, just remain quiet until I call
Okay.
upon
Okay, can you hear me?
you. Yes, I can hear you.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I do.
Okay. I need you to I need you to remain silent while I finish reading.
Okay.
Thank you. So
Okay.
so the Guerreros came back to me because they were not aware that it was on the council agenda on that January 21st and asked if I would put it back on here again because they did not get to speak to council and address council. So I brought it. I agreed to bring it back on. So the applicant initially requested to not be required to connect to the city water supply based on the fact that a water line extension of 277 feet would be required at a cost of $42,111.16 per our city estimate. As discussed, city regulations require all structures built after March 1st, 2013, utilized for human habitation or occupancy to connect to the city water supply if such supply is within 300 feet as measured within street right-of-way or utility easement from the water supply to the nearest property line on which the structure is to be located. The applicant proposed to install a rainwater collection system and a water tank with water delivery during periods of low rain. The applicant would connect to the city sewer system, given that service is available. And so, again, this is back on the agenda, just to give them the opportunity to address council. I will, let me see here. I want to add to this a little bit here. I got an email, let me see. I'll read this to you. Mr. Weichert, I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong.
Weichert, yeah.
Weichert provided me with some information email shortly before the council meeting tonight. And it was, because of the timing, it was not shared with council. But I'll just kind of briefly read it here. Local Government Code Section 580.004 states here, rainwater harvesting, a municipality or county may not deny a building permit solely because the facility will implement rainwater harvesting. I'll address that right here. And the municipality is not denying a building permit at all. So that one is not relevant. The other one, Georgetown water system requirements. I don't know why this was included.
Mayor and council,
I am speaking. You have not been recognized.
Sorry.
So I was included with the Georgetown Code of Ordinances. Not sure why that's included because we're not in Georgetown. So it's irrelevant. And then the other document he gave me was an article on right to rainwater. This is just, I don't know, just some background from Hill Country Alliance. So that's what I received prior to the council meeting. So council, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. It was my understanding.
Mr. Weichert, you are not my city council. You have not been recognized.
Oh, sorry, I had my hand raised and I thought you said counselor.
Council, city council members, do you have any questions, comments at this time? No. Okay. Yes, Councilor Prince. We can't hear you. You show to be green, but we don't hear you.
Are you talking to me or Councilor Prince?
Councilor Prince.
Oh, okay.
No.
You
may have to get out and come back in.
Okay. So anybody else in city council have any questions, comments at this time? Yes, Councilor Marion.
So Mayor, is the purpose of putting this on the agenda again just to provide the owners of the lot the opportunity to speak, or did you want us to bring up some of the questions that we had the last time this item came before us?
Well, it's kind of both. I've allowed it to come back on here because they did not have the opportunity to address council. So I thought, as a courtesy, I would put it back on. But I did tell them, unless they had some new information, that would lead us to think differently, that we probably would not, it would not change the council's decision. So,
So I had two questions. One of them was, because I did see in the summary that it says that they had come back with some additional information for council consideration, and I was wondering what that additional information was. And is it those things that you just mentioned a minute ago, the Georgetown document, and their claim in here about the denial of a building permit? Is that what the new evidence?
I don't know.
Or new information is?
Thank you. At this time, Mr. Glenn Weichert, I am going to recognize you and you can address council on behalf of the Goodados.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. The question I have is, were they denied a building permit? Because it sounded like you said that these statutes were irrelevant. I think they cannot be denied a building permit if they want to use a rainwater system. The question is, maybe a waiver is not required. Well, I guess it would be required in order to use a rainwater system. Is that what you're saying? There has not been a permit denied?
That is correct. As far as I know, they haven't even put in an application for a building permit. We have not, I don't know that they have or not, but a council has not denied a building permit. The only thing that was denied was their request to not tap into the water system and use rainwater.
I had talked to Mr. Jambor, and basically I understand the problem. Council's not willing to pay the cost of extending a line, and we have some 277 feet, which is expensive no matter who installs the line. But if they are eligible under the state law, and the reason I gave you the Georgetown ordinance is just to show that they have considered the same thing, and that they should be entitled to use a rainwater system. There's no chance that the city's water system could be tainted by backflow because it's not connected at all. The question is, they can't afford to do the line to tie in, and they would like to build their house to be on a rainwater system. And it is really that simple. That's what I was afraid of. You have not denied a permit. You're denying a waiver. Is a waiver required before somebody can use a rainwater system in lieu of that water connection?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
if I may.
in this case, yes, it is.
Right.
And only the city council can grant that waiver.
So in effect, whether it's really what's irrelevant is whether the permit has been denied, because they can't get the permit until they get the waiver. Is that correct?
No. Well, if they don't want to tie into the system,
right,
yes, they would have to have a waiver. But I don't know if that would preclude them from getting a building permit. They just wouldn't have any water.
Well, yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
yeah,
Roy.
The permit application was reviewed on the basis of the utility estimate and the requirement that they connect. So the answer is as soon as they pay the fees, we'll issue the building permit. It's been reviewed and approved. And if they want to use a rainwater collection system on top of what's required by the ordinance, they're certainly free to do so. In fact, we encourage it for things like irrigation, as long as it's not cross-connected. You know, the issue is that when it came time to pay the fees and get the permit, they said, well, we don't want to pay this. So now is the first time that the Development Services Department became aware of the idea that, well, we don't want to follow the International Plumbing Code as defined by the city of Lago Vista in defining what the term availability means and the requirement to connect. They want you to waive that requirement. And that's where we are.
It seems like a 22, whether or not they can get the waiver and build a rainwater system. You're saying they cannot.
They're not being provided, sir. They can connect to the water system and have rainwater harvesting. Like I said, we even subsidize that through KLVB. Actually, you know, we encourage people to conserve water, but that has nothing to do with the requirement of the International Plumbing Code.
My clients cannot afford the $35,000 or $40,000 to extend 207 feet of city line. So it comes down, they cannot use their lot and they cannot build if they can't use a rainwater system in lieu of the city's water system. And that's the way I understand the state statute to read. They cannot be denied a building permit for using a rainwater system in lieu of a city system, which is the reason I gave an example of the Georgetown ordinance, in which they had those options.
I think we might be talking apples and oranges. Like I said, to the best of my knowledge, that state statute doesn't supersede the International Plumbing Code or the right of the local jurisdiction to define what available water means or available services. You know, once again, you're saying they're denying it, you know, the ability to use it. And if they were more than 300 feet away, we wouldn't deny it.
Well, is there the potential that there's an error in the measurement and that they could be 300 feet away?
It's less. The extension itself is less than 300 feet, and that's to the far side of the lot, not the near side of the lot as the ordinance defines it.
Well, I certainly would like to propose that they get the waiver so they can get a building permit using a rainwater collection system, because they're without the ability to develop it all and will remain that way until they can come up with an extra $40,000. And it's that simple. It's that request. It sounds to me like you're saying they're not being denied a permit, but in effect, that's what's happening.
Right. So now council, you have heard the comments from the applicant. Do y'all have any questions, comments? All right.
I would like to,
Yes,
if you, the council, I would like to speak. If you, the council, approve the waiver and the installation of the rainwater collector, we will be paying all the installation of the sewer, construction permits, inspection, payments of the use of the sewer, and additional taxes. So we want to construct our house there. I don't understand. It's just 277 feet. It's just a little bit less of the 300. I would really appreciate if you can approve the waiver and let us to build a rainwater system. And because if you don't do this, we won't be able to build our house there. And we have everything, plans, everything is already approved by the city. So I don't know why you stopping us to build our house. So we will be very grateful if you let us do it. So we have right here a resume for you, and I sent it to the mayor, and I understand your position, but we have 10 years with this lot, and we're waiting a lot of time to build this house. And we're paying taxes, and we already have the lot ready, and we really want to build this house. So
all right,
we have we can pay all the amounts, the impact fees, the cost of the extension water main, and the loan fee. We can pay everything, but we just can't pay this the extension water main line is too expensive, and these times with the health problem for us is very expensive. So we are waiting to be considered, and we trying to be positive about this issue. And we will be very grateful if you can approve us the waiver.
All right, thank you. Yes, Councilor Marion.
Mayor, the last time we talked about this, we had a little bit of conversation about the language in the ordinance which requires the line to go to the farthest point on the lot. And I'm trying to remember what the reasoning behind that was, because that's what makes this so long, right? Because there is a connection, kind of catty corner from the lot, across the street, much less than 277 feet away. But maybe Mr. Jambo or somebody, could you all, or somebody remind me what the reasoning is behind requiring it to go to the farthest point of the lot?
That would be Mr. Belay, actually.
Mayor and Council, very good question on that one. So typically a couple of reasons actually. In the past, builders extended to the farthest part of the farthest corner of the lot. So even this residence enjoys the benefit of somebody else who extended to the farthest part of the lot. But that's actually not the major concern. The actual concern is because we install the tap where the meter goes at the property corner. And because of TCE requirements, they have to have a certain separation from the sewer. So sewer goes on one property corner and water goes on the opposite property corner. Because of that, we made a policy, internal policy, to have all utility extensions go to the opposite side of the lot. Now the requirement is kicking in based on what Roy said, not because of the far side of the lot. Actually, the ordinance says that to the nearest corner of the lot has to be less than 300 feet. That's to the nearest corner of the lot. Doesn't even account for the farthest side of the lot. So to the nearest corner of the lot, that is 277 feet minus whatever the property width is, I guess less than 200 feet. So that's the reason why we have the extensions go to the farthest corner of the lot, is because that's where the taps are being installed, at the property corners.
Yeah, and by measuring to the far end, that actually gives them an extra 60 to 80 feet, depending on how wide their lot is. So if you measure to the corner, the nearest corner, they would only be about 200 feet. So they would be well within the 300 feet. So, well, it actually there's benefit.
There's a lot of.
I think Mr. Weichert is in twice. Mr. Weichert, if you could kill one of your sessions, and it should solve the problem.
I'm sorry, Mike. Yes, just a minute.
So then maybe I was misunderstanding you. So it's actually beneficial for this to be farther away than closer. Is that right? Okay, I was thinking about it opposite. I was thinking if it could be a closer corner, it would actually help them out. You're saying it would actually be worse.
That's right.
Well,
300 feet is the distance. So if you measure to the nearest corner, you're only at 200. If you go to the far corner, you're at 277. So if I measure to the far corner, it's actually gets them closer to the 300, but they're still within that 300 feet.
correct. It is a matter of cost.
Well, I want to make a reference. Is in 2012, we requested an estimated utilities at that time, and we provided with a reduction more than 50% the total linear feet, which were about 150 feet only to pay. And unfortunately, at that time we can build the house, so that was we didn't do it. So right now we don't have any. So we would like to. I would like to any help you can make with us. I
All right.
have the document also.
Okay. Well, yeah, I don't think we need to see the documents, but that's fine. Anybody else from council have any questions, comments? Anybody in the audience would like to weigh in on this? Yes, Ms. Jean Chopin.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify that last point that Ms. Guerrero brought up. It's my understanding that back in 2012, when they were at a point where they were considering building, they were able to get in essence, a waiver or a forgiveness of sorts to the distance being 150 feet. Is that correct?
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
No, it's not correct. No.
What, Mayor, if I may, if I remember, it was only a few years ago that we used to do the first 150 feet for free. So what it was, and we got rid of that. So that was probably in place in 2012, but it wasn't a waiver. It's just something that we normally did.
That is correct.
Gotcha.
It was not a reduction, not a waiver. That was for everybody at that time.
It was a normal, unusual thing. I understand somewhat of semantics and misunderstanding, but the essence of that is that they were going forward under the impression that the distance they were going to have to pay in order to have city water was going to be significantly less based on that historical piece of information. And so now they're kind of caught betwixt and between. And I understand that $42,000, when you scrimped and saved over many, many years, as many other people have too, and is very, very significant. And it just seems to me that they are caught betwixt and between. And with the avenues that the council has, there has got to be some way to work this out for this family. I have to have hope within the council that there's some way to work this out. They've been trying to build their home for 10 years on property that they've been paying taxes on. And then this hit them like a ton of, I can imagine, just hit them like a ton of bricks when they thought they had all their ducks in a row. And I just hope that our council has room in all the exceptions I've seen made in the short amount of time that I've been on listening to the council, all the exceptions that have been made. They're just, surely there's a way. That's all I can do.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, Councilor Marion.
This is what I was trying to see with my prior question, is if there was a way to shorten the length that the owners of the lot would have to pay for from 277 feet to some shorter distance, because my thinking was that would reduce the amount that they would have to pay out of pocket to be able to connect to city water. But I think I'm hearing that there's really no way that they could connect at a spot closer than the farthest corner. The closest corner has to be sewer. The farthest corner, because Eric said that the two connections have to go in opposite corners. So the closest corner is the one they don't pay for, but the farthest corner is the one they do. It couldn't be the opposite.
Now, they pay for the sewer, and the line's already there, so they're able to tap into the sewer, and they addressed that was not a problem. It was the water line, running the water line, and that expense that they could not afford. So the sewer was okay. It was just the water line. And that water line, yeah, there's not a way to shorten the thing. The only thing that can be done is whether council wants to allow them to put in a rainwater collection system in lieu, or if we, pay for the water line. So, and then you're starting all kinds of precedents when you do that. So, yes,
Mayor, I can try to fill in if you want to give me a minute.
yeah, yes, Mr. Belay.
Thank you. Very good point by Councilmember Marion. It's a very valid point. So just to break it down for the new council members and the other people that are part of this meeting. So if council waives the option, then you start setting a precedence, and that creates challenges down the road. So that basically, if council grants this waiver, then you set a precedence. It's doable, obviously. The other solution could be that the resident pays up to the nearest property line, and then if the city requires to go to the farthest property line, then Public Works pays for the rest of it if it is a requirement. But yet again, you start setting a precedent. So any decision that you make, besides denying it, you start setting the precedents. So we could go to the nearest property corner, and we'll look at it. If it needs to go to the farthest property corner, that's an option that Public Works can do it with our own forces and with our own money and budget. But again, it's using taxpayer dollars, and it sets a precedent.
That's Councilor Davila.
Thank you, Mayor. The one thing that I was thinking may be a consideration is that these people were offered that 150 feet for nothing. And so if they were to pay for the remaining 127 feet, then they would have a reduced amount that they would be paying. By my calculation, that would reduce their cost to $19,307. I agree that it would be a precedent-setting situation, but not everybody will have property that they own now that they didn't have, that they had possibly in 2012 when they were offered that reduced rate. So if we honored the reduced rate that was offered to them back when they were first buying the lot, then they would be getting the line extension for significantly less than what they're being asked to pay now.
Okay, so
Does that sound like a?
So my
sorry?
question would be, when the other property owners come in and tie in and pay their connection fees, are they paying based on the total 42,000, or are they paying on the 19,000?
Are you talking about other people?
Yes.
So we would have to be comparing people that were made that same offer when these people were made the offer.
Okay.
So if you were to buy a piece of property now and do that, you could not say, well, I need to have that old system come into play where I'm paying, for anything above 150 feet. See, they were made the offer back when. So I think this would be something that might be something that could be worked out where it's to their benefit, and yet they're not getting off just scot-free.
All right, Councilor Sullivan.
That would be a big help.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess my first point that I'd make is that, Ms. John Jopin made the comment that, we've granted a lot of exceptions. I would agree with her that we've made exceptions, but generally they're exceptions regarding, height, to be able to build an accessory building that's bigger than maybe you should, but it's not costing the city money to make those exceptions. So it's quite a different situation here. We're talking about having to pull taxpayer dollars that have not been budgeted out to make this change. And then with regard to Mr. Davila, the vast majority of the lots in Lago Vista have been owned by people for a long, long time. So, the vast majority of lot owners out here could all come back to us and say, hey, we want the 150-foot deal that you used to have that you rescinded. And I think that would be we rescinded that for a reason. And that reason is that the water department wasn't recouping its cost. And we instituted these things to make sure that the water department paid for itself. And I think it's a bad precedent to set to say that we're going to repeal this because other folks are going to come and ask for it if we've given it to one person. I think we just have to be very, very careful about how we go about this. And I guess the other comment that I would make is that let's say that we make this, and other developers come and say, I want the 150 feet. I guess my other question is, and maybe this doesn't apply at all, but we had to recently extend water to people outside of our system because their well went dry. Well, what happens if the Guerreros develop their house and for whatever reason, their water supply is gone? Are we forced to extend the system to them at our own cost once they've developed the house? Maybe I'm making things up, but there are concerns that you're going to have if we allow the waiver. And I'll be quiet. Thank you.
Councilor Marion.
I think the only other comment I have is that, in my opinion, precedent is precedent. We have granted a number of variances, waivers, whether it's the size of somebody's garage or not. It's a variance. It goes outside what our ordinances allow for, yet we say that we're not setting precedents. Or precedent. To me, precedent is precedent. We're either saying we're setting precedent when we make these kinds of exceptions, or we're not setting precedent, but it doesn't seem like we can claim both.
But
yes, Councilor Williams.
But as Kevin said, we're not using taxpayer money on variances of height and variances of the different variances that the different commissions have to do. You're talking about taking money that we don't have budgeted. We're trying to find money to fix Loman Ford Road. Now we're trying to give more money to run this line. Can I ask one question though? What is the requirement for them to put in a rainwater system? They build a well and then they put in a rainwater system? Or how does that, I'm not sure how a rainwater system works. Can you explain that to me?
May I answer that?
Councilor Sullivan.
Just make it real simple. You don't have to go into the details, just basic.
Mayor, do you want me to talk now? Or? Okay. I'll put it another way. And I understand what Councilor Marion's saying. And I think she's got a very good point about precedent setting. I think, we talked about, did we set a precedent or not with the other exceptions? Totally understand where she's coming from. I'll still just come back to those items didn't require taxpayer dollars. And if we grant this, what that means is that the utility department is going to eat this cost. So what out of their budget are they going to give up so that we can grant this waiver? That would be my question. Because that's the decision that we're going to force upon them.
Mr. Mayor?
I'm just speaking to the precedent piece of it. All I was saying is we can't claim in this case it's precedent, and in other cases it isn't precedent. I'm not talking about the funding. I'm just talking about the fundamental premise of what it is we're doing.
And I agree with you 100% on that issue. I just wanted to emphasize my other point, which is where are those dollars going to come from? Didn't have anything to do with the precedent setting.
Councilor Weatherly.
Everybody's talking about the money. Grant them the waiver. Let them go on the rainwater. Then it doesn't cost the city anything.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Let's just grant the waiver.
Thank you.
Let them get the rainwater. don't know that in this area that that's going to be a very good idea, but maybe so. Then they can go in and build their house.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
My only question, I guess, would be, hearing all the arguments and stuff, we voted unanimously last time to deny it. What's different what's different between then and now?
Mr. Mayor, if I might, and that's part of the conversation from the last time this was brought up that's being omitted now. You know, the precedent issue also involves the waiver of people that don't want to connect because of the impact fees or all kinds of other things. And now you've got a municipal water and wastewater system that may or may not be sustainable based on the economic model. And you did discuss that last time with Eric. That hadn't been discussed today. So the answer is yeah, even if they're on a rainwater system, there is an indirect cost if other people ask for the same consideration.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, the other part to that is someone's going to have to pay. At some point, someone's going to need the portion of the line that crosses in front of their house. So somebody else, another taxpayer, is going to have to bear that cost. And this taxpayer hasn't had to bear their proportionate share of that cost. The other side to the other thing I wanted to make sure we mentioned is a legal point is the request is for the waiver. While I fully appreciate council's trying to think outside the box, we need to be careful about what's on the agenda and not get beyond that and create options that are not part of what was noticed. So just
Thank
that
you.
point.
Yes, Councilor Prince.
I left the meeting and came back in. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, good. The question that I was wanting to ask back then, which I think is still relevant, is I'm wondering where we came up with this magic number of 300 feet, because, you know, if they were 301 feet away from the water supply, it would not apply to them. And they could, you know, do this rainwater collection thing, and yes, somebody else would have to foot the bill later. But somewhere we came up with 300. It wasn't 200, it wasn't 500. And I'm just wondering, you know, what science went into that number. And while that's not part of the agenda tonight, that might play into at least my thinking on the appropriateness of a waiver or not. And I don't know if that 300 number came up during Mr. Jambor's tenure or before his time, but I'd certainly be interested in his thinking on it.
Well, it's a very, I can tell you 300 is a common number in other jurisdictions, but you have to temper that with the idea that, you know, the development pattern of Lago Vista in and of itself is somewhat of an anomaly. The 300 feet typically applies to the outskirts of a municipality where the utilities are throughout the heart of the city, and it's the result of suburban sprawl. And that's where the 300 number becomes common. In Lago Vista, I don't think our pattern, you know, matches what you see in other municipalities. So I can't tell you whether that number was, and, you know, historically, did they steal it from other jurisdictions, or was it independently arrived at as being rational here? You know, I don't have an answer for that, but I can tell you that is a very common number.
Yeah, and I think,
if I may, a follow-on comment, back in 2012, when the city was choosing to do this 150-foot subsidization, the situation in the city was we were desperate for people to build houses, and so it was really a economic development effort to subsidize this 150 feet of line. We're absolutely not in that situation anymore, and we can't afford to subsidize development, and development is happening all over the place almost faster than our citizens want it to happen. So, you know, I think that that's relevant to the discussion. Thank you.
And then just on that 300 feet, I think the standard city block is roughly 300 feet.
Yes, sir. It depending on where you are, it's somewhere between 270 and 325 are the ranges, if you will.
All right, I don't see any more counselor hands at the moment, so I'm going to go to Mr. Durbin.
Yes, last time this was up, I think you'll all recall that I stated that I think you've got a policy problem here in that people cannot come up with that sort of cash. Banks aren't going to loan that money because there's no collateral, because the city is going to own the collateral, and that this policy is restrictive as far as growth goes. I suggested that the council put some thought into a possible remedy to this in form of a loan program or a payout program or something like that. And quite frankly, it came to me in the middle of the meeting last time, and I have put a little more thought into it. And one thing that you may want to consider at some point, and I don't know whether you want to do it tonight, but consider at some point that when citizens are building a single family home that they intend to live in, or a custom built home that they intend to live in, then these fees, you have the homeowner, the resident, sign a note for it, take out a second mortgage on the house so that they can pay it out over time. Otherwise, these poor folks probably didn't pay more than, I don't know, $6,000, $8,000, $10,000 for this lot, and here you're trying to tap them for an extra $40,000. It's to build on a residential lot. If you've got it zoned residential, then it should be close to ready to go. And having to add another $40,000 to get in and build your house is going to destroy the custom home building and and I know there's a lot of it going on, but that's the type of building we seem to like here, is the custom home building and the people building their own homes. Everybody raises all kinds of fuss when developers come in or a big builder comes in and starts building homes like crazy. But they're the only ones that can get bank loans for those sort of fees when they roll them into their big construction projects. So this is a policy problem that I think the city needs to address. I said it last time, and I'm not saying the city needs to shell out a bunch of money, but they need to make it easier for these people to be able to build. Otherwise, I think you're going to see people in the situation basically saying, you got a lot of nerve calling it a residential, zoning it residential. You got to, when you're going to hit me up for 40 grand to put water in that you're making me get. I think the city's current policy is detrimental to the city's smart growth plan. I also think it is, you're going to start seeing people start looking at possibly de-annexing or calling these sort of this a taking of their property, and you're inviting litigation, I'm afraid. So I would just advise council to please look into this and try to come up with a plan. I'm not saying my plan's perfect. I'm just saying there's a policy problem here that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. John-Jopin, I've seen your hand, but you've already had your opportunity to speak on this subject. So at this time,
That means no.
at this time, I think we're ready to take action. Or not take action. All right, I have no action. So the request for waiver, there's no action taken.
May I make a brief statement, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
you asked why Lucy and her husband came back, and it's because they didn't get the chance to make this discussion. I don't know that they gained anything tonight, but they did get a complete understanding of the sympathy that is there. And I know you have a very tough problem in trying to grant anything that would cost the city money, but you also realize, many of you realize and are concerned and are looking for ways to help, which is certainly worth hearing. It may not do him any good in building this home, but it is nice to see that there is an understanding of the problem they are facing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so now we're on back to agenda item number 10. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the role of council member liaison. And there's an attached document with this, and Arch is the lead on this. So I'll just go ahead and turn it over to Councilor Davila at this time.
As we've been going for 6 hours, could we possibly have a 5-minute break before we start this agenda item?
Sure.
Thank you.
11:28. All right, I'll give you 7 minutes. We'll come back 11:35.
Like in the dark.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're just waiting on Miss Marion. There she is. All right, we reconvene 11:36. And number 10, discussion, consideration, possible action regarding the role of the council member liaison. March, all you.
Thank you very much. I want to just lead this this discussion. I don't want to really read this entire thing for you. I want to preface it though by stating that the whole reason for my coming up with this particular piece of information or this particular document is that I found it useful looking it up, looking at the role of a liaison online, and I found this piece of paper, and I actually took the original one and modified it to kind of fit our situation. The one thing that I wanted to make sure that it was understood, particularly by our new council members, is that up until now, we've pretty much been dependent on learning from each other about what the role is that a council liaison plays when that person works with a particular committee or commission or board. We early on, when I first came aboard, we relied heavily on direction from other council members, people that had some experience with that, like Kevin Sullivan, Ron Smith, and Suzanne Bland. And so we kind of went with the model that they presented and that sort of thing. But this piece of paper now puts things into a little bit clearer perspective, I think. So the one thing that I found useful here is the idea that this cements in the person's mind that the role that we play is not to lead the discussion that is that a particular board is charged with looking at and discussing. We're simply to be the two-way communicator between the city council and that board that we serve with. And that's really the whole reason for this. I didn't want anyone to think that we're supposed to in any way interfere with the processes that the boards go through, nor to influence their decision making. We're just simply there to provide guidance if they get out of line or get off topic when they discuss whatever it is that they're having to deal with. So that's the sum total of why this thing is before you. I want to point out though that I made an error in editing the piece of paper that I found. And number 2, under duties and expectations of a city council liaison, the last part of number 2 should say that the council member liaison is acting as a representative of the full city council, and as such has no authority to provide direction or guidance to the committee other than that which clearly represents the direction or guidance of the full council. That's what should have, the way it should have read, but I left a little part of it out when I was doing the editing. And then at the very tail end, I have city charter provisions. That was the idea that I came up with when I first drafted this, was to possibly put this into the city charter as part of our charter changes. But after speaking with Ms. Silvera, she thought that this would be something that would serve the council better if it was just simply a standalone document. And if we are in agreement that this is the way that we should operate as council liaisons, it's just simply, I think, in my mind anyway, this is just something that we accept or adopt by way of a resolution. That's all I have. Open to questions or suggestions on changes or something of that nature.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, who's that?
It's Aaron.
Aaron.
Okay, yes.
So the only caveat I would say to that is that, the council has already adopted resolution number 18-1748, which is titled Policies and Procedures for Citizen Advisory Boards and Committees, but it does provide specific guidance with regard to council liaisons. I agree with Councilor Davila that a kind of more thorough standalone document about council liaisons might be an advisable or appropriate document to have. I would just say that we want to make sure that we've done a good check back and forth between this ordinance or this resolution and what goes into this final document, and kind of pull those things across. I think there are a lot of consistencies. It doesn't track it word for word, but it would be certainly easier for our council liaisons, if they're looking for something, guidance, to not have to dig in this other resolution that's really kind of titled, and the focus is for the committees and committee members. But it does lay out, what the limitations of your roles are when you are acting in that capacity as a liaison. So the other part to that I would say is, if there's this earnest decision that it would apply when you are, in kind of all contexts of council liaison, meaning we have official council liaisons for our boards, committees, and commissions, but then you have also, as a council, discussed having members who of the city council that are representatives in front of other governmental and quasi-governmental bodies, and for example, the school board and other entities. If you want to give some guidance to the roles, should they differ from the roles of liaisons to our internal committees, it might be good to have that so that there's a clear understanding of when you're acting in your role in front of an internal committee or commission versus when you're acting in your role as a representative in front of an unofficial, well, whether it's official or unofficial capacity, in front of your local exterior, I'm going to call it, boards, committees, commissions, governmental agencies, things like that.
Yeah.
Everybody asleep?
Good point, because I kind of freelance when I go to the CapCog meetings and.
Well, if I can add one more thing though, Mayor, if you look at number 6, there is a provision in this that says that council shall on a quarterly basis revisit the work plan of each committee and hear from each committee liaison a report on the committee's progress on their work plan. That's something that, if you remember, a couple of years ago, we did this for a very short period of time when we actually had the ability to speak to council as the representative for a particular commission or committee. And we actually did do some reporting, but it wasn't done on a regular basis, and it kind of died on the vine, so to speak, where we did it a few times and that was it. But I think if we adopt something like this, we would then, on a quarterly basis, talk about the things that our commission or committee or board is doing or has done, the things that are before them that they're considering, that sort of thing. And I think that would help help the rest of the council members know what is going on.
Well, and along those lines, and kind of piggybacking on what Aaron stated, that ordinance 18 whatever, I think it has something in there that requires committees to report to city council twice a year. So, do we just have the council members report as to council as a liaison, or are we still going to require the committees to report to council twice a year?
I would be in favor of doing a quarterly report from each liaison. That would be my preference.
Okay. Councilor
A lot of
Manning?
hands up.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm glad that Aaron mentioned that, because one of the comments that I put on this document is exactly that in some ways this document conflicts with what's in 18-1748. And one of the ways that it conflicts is with authority. First of all, this document that we have in front of us this evening gives authority to both the mayor pro tem and the mayor. The other document gives it just to the mayor. I think it's appropriate for that authority to lie with the mayor. But it does conflict in other areas, to your point, Mayor, because I know I've emailed you about this before, where those procedures lay out kind of very specifically that every committee, board is supposed to do an annual work session where they are supposed to come up with a work plan in alignment with the city's comprehensive plan and report out to council twice per year, June and January. It very specifically states those 2 months progress on that work plan. And I don't think it's been happening. And so I think to Aaron's point, we need to make sure the two documents don't conflict, and preferably that we go with one or the other, so that we don't, when we update one, then have to try to remember to update the other. But to kind of, again, to her point, draw from that other document, because there's a lot of information in that document that could probably be added here. And then I do have some questions about it. In here, there's a mention of a statement of work. I'd like to know where we get those statements of work. There's questions in here about keeping the city council informed of what's happening on the committees and things like that. And I think we should just be a little more specific. What does informed mean? Verbal, written reports, frequency. So anyway, I think that we probably just need to have maybe some more discussion or opportunity to edit and provide input perhaps on this document before we make a motion to to accept it.
Thank you. Who's my Councilor Sullivan?
Thank you, Mayor. If you recall, when we came out with that 18-1748, it was a result of a subcommittee. Mr. Davila, Mr. Williams, and myself all worked on that to try and produce that document. I'm not saying it's perfect, but I think it benefited from the fact that it had multiple council members that worked on it. And I would just suggest, instead of kind of hashing through this anymore tonight, that it might make sense for us to form another subcommittee to go. I think the document has a lot of value. And so why don't we create a subcommittee for them to go off and talk about it and think about it and bring it back to council with their approved changes. And obviously when they do that, they'll be looking at 18, 17, 48 to make sure there's no duplication across them and so forth, and that they're consistent with each other. And then that subcommittee can bring it back for review and approval by council.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good plan to me too.
And the other
Yeah,
document, if the other document has to be updated, you bring them both to us at the same time, because there may be things you can eliminate out of there. We may have discovered something in the last 3 years that may need to be added into that document. So.
Right.
Agree completely.
Correct.
And I'll volunteer, Mr. Davila and Mr. Williams, and maybe we can do a second roadshow.
Yeah,
that sounds okay.
Sounds like a winner.
Councilor Prince.
I like the idea of the three of you guys going back to revisit this again, given your history. I would emphasize that I would request that you specifically come back with a proposal for how we want these commissions, boards to report out. And I don't think it has to be the same for everyone, right? I don't know that we need the same frequency of report out from the library committee that we need from building and standards, for example, right? So, but I think that's a topic that I would appreciate your spending some time thinking on and coming back with a proposal.
Well, and that kind of brings up a good point. Some of your boards, planning and zoning and building and standards, they're not necessarily advisory boards. They have their own legislative powers, and they hear things and they make decisions, and then their decisions may or may not come to council for final approval, but they don't really advise us. On occasion, I guess planning and zoning could take something under consideration, but they vote on it, and then it comes to us for final approval.
Right.
The other airport advisory, library advisory, golf course advisory, their sole purpose is to, advise the council. So they would be more the type of committee that would give us an update or give us, something like that. Because planning and zoning, building standards, I don't know that they have a work plan. They hear things as applications are submitted and, things are brought to them. So.
Well, if I may follow up to that, I would say yes and no. There have been some things, because I was on planning and zoning, there have been some things where we've said we would like planning and zoning to work on this strategic topic, and we never got around to it, right? So I think having a work plan for some of these strategic topics in planning and zoning and building and standards specifically, in my mind, would be very valuable. I think your comments with respect to Board of Adjustment are spot on, right? The Board of Adjustment is kind of it only does one thing. So but for the others, I think a work plan is very important, and having a report out on what that work planning is and progress against it, I would find very, very useful.
Good. Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the only other thing I would say is, because I even wrote a comment here that I think it's a good idea to set some, kind of ground rules as to what common expectations of liaisons are. The one thing I would probably ask, though, is if we could avoid including things that aren't going to be followed through on. So if we're not going to expect every liaison to follow through on ensuring that a work session takes place and an annual plan is developed and revisited and reported out on, then I would just ask that it not be included. And then if it is included, that the expectation be pretty clear that is part of our roles as council liaisons when we volunteer to be a liaison to these committees.
All right. Anybody else? Anybody?
Mr. Mayor, you remember it back in 2016, kind of the council agendas, and this might be a good point of reference for our newer council members. If you look at, say, I'm looking at the February 18th, 2016 council agenda, where there's a section at the bottom that says departmental reports. Those, of course, are done and posted on the website now. But then after that, it was reports / minutes of city boards, committees, and commissions. And so those things were put on your council agenda and in your packets so that you got that information. That may be something, if this council is interested in kind of taking that direction again, having them either on the agenda or, you know, some regular basis, that that might be a way to include kind of guidance or direction in the document that you all are developing. Or direction to our city manager to start putting that on there, and that may require that the liaisons gather the information from their particular committees or commissions, or the staff reach out to the chairs of those particular boards or commissions to kind of make sure that those things are gathered. So there are multiple ways to do it. Just food for thought.
Well, and I'll also, you know, take some blame for that, because I actually mentioned that like a year ago, that I was going to start putting that on the agenda, and then I don't know, the next council meeting came up, and I didn't think about it, and yeah. So some of that's on me, because I was gonna put it on there, but I don't know, for some reason I didn't. Councilor Williams.
Well, you know, in regards to planning and zoning, one of the things that come out on a monthly basis is the minutes. And the minutes of planning and zoning are a lot more detailed than most, because they're making decisions, and some of the decisions come to us and some don't come to us. So the other part of that is planning and zoning has to review before we see the comprehensive plan updates. They have to review the comprehensive plan, which is being worked on by a subcommittee right now. And, you know, we got set back a little bit with the weather, but our next meeting is next week. And hopefully sometime in the beginning of April, we'll get to see the comprehensive plan updates for 2020. And, you know, there's several of us that are on the council that are on that committee, and also person from planning and zoning, building and standards, and some of the staff people of the city and the mayor. So there is a lot of information given from planning and zoning, so we'll continue to do that.
All right, Councilor Marion.
Sorry, Mayor, I did think of one other thing. There's also extenuating circumstances that I wonder if we could put somewhere in here, that in certain extenuating circumstances, the role of the liaison may shift. Let me give you an example. So Parks and Rec, we lost our committee chair in December. We did not elect new officers until sometime after that. So for the meeting and we had a number of vacant positions. So for one meeting, we didn't have a committee chair to put together an agenda. So much of that work was done between myself and Mr. Mobley, just because somebody had to put together an agenda. So I think we also have to sometimes think that there might be extenuating circumstances to consider. Now, of course, we've got our officers, and that, you know, hopefully won't be an issue again. But there may be times when the liaison does have to assist the committee in other ways so that the committee can continue with the work. So just kind of throwing that out there as like a special provisions section or something.
Good point. Thank you. Okay, anybody else? Right, anybody from the audience have a comment? Yes, Ms. DeVoe.
I was going to say, because I'm new to two committees this year, and I know that we've had problems on both of them with appointing secretaries and stuff like that. And it seems that nobody wants to do that job. But I was going to say, because the liaison is there, they might have to give a little bit of structure to these people that are running the meetings. I mean, some of them didn't even know we were supposed to be electing president or officers. Some of them are only electing people who are empty right now. There was no election. So someone's going to have to give these committees some structure. There's none that I can see. So that's all.
Right, thank you.
In a general sense, I believe that the liaison can act as a parliamentarian for meetings, if that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, so I know, like, for,
Do you
I
agree
think what you're getting at, I'm sorry, Mr. Davila, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. No, I was just going to ask Aaron, do you believe that that's a function of the liaison, is to be a parliamentarian if if parliamentary procedure is not being followed? I'm talking specifically about commissions and boards.
It's not a traditional role, but it would not be something that I would think would be prohibited. It really is, and this really comes back to the document you started preparing and potential revisions to the or an update to that resolution to give a little more structure and order. And if that's where the council, one of the things that you want council to consider as part of the revisions to these documents, that's really y'all. This is why council, y'all set the policy, the procedure. Unless you're violating state law, you get to create the show.
If I may, Mayor, I was going to ask in response to what Councilmember Davila just shared. So I'm wondering if an example of that might be a committee is taking a vote on something, and perhaps the way that they're taking the vote is actually not correct. Then I guess maybe a question I have is, would that be an appropriate time for the liaison to say, wait, hold on, before you take the vote, I think there might be an issue with XYZ, or do we just let them take that vote even though we know that the correct policy isn't being followed?
No, I think that would be, in my mind, that would be a perfect time for the liaison.
Okay, so that's an example then where they might serve as a parliamentarian, where we keep them from going awry and doing something incorrectly.
A procedural issue is the kind of way to approach it. Think of it in terms of, are they doing things legally, procedurally correct, or are they going to make decisions from a procedural standpoint, regardless of what the decision itself is, that is not proper. But you just have to be mindful of doing that without actually influencing what the decision is or what the vote is about. So yeah, I think that certainly there is a way to walk that fine line. The better answer is to have seasoned chairs and vice chairs. I think one of the great examples in this particular situation is P&Z. I think Mr. Zaleski and Tom Monahan do a fantastic chair and vice chair job. But you're not always going to get that lucky with all of your committees and commissions, and so to fill that gap from time to time with your council liaisons who have hopefully had the training, it's certainly a value add to try to make sure that structure is it exists and is carried forward from as those people come and go from each of the committees and commissions.
All right.
Well, Mayor, that's all I have.
Okay. Well, at this point then, it's either up for action or no action or yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Well, Mayor, I would make a motion that the council approve creation of a subcommittee that would include myself, Mr. Davila, and Mr. Williams to investigate not only this document and what we want to promote with it, but also to review 18-1748 to make sure that it reflects what we would like it to.
Second.
Right, I got the motion and second. Any further discussion? And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, we created the subcommittee. Unanimous. And we're in our consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda are to be considered routine by the city council and will be enacted by one motion. There will not be separate discussion on these items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. And we have approval of the following council meeting minutes. January 7, 2021, regular meeting. January 12, 2021, special called meeting. January 21, 2021, regular meeting minutes. Questions, comments? Nope. Anybody from the, Councilor Sullivan.
I was just going to make a motion that we accept the consent agenda, but you got to go to the audience. Sorry, I forgot.
Right. Anybody from the audience?
But this still confuses me because we're not supposed to be able to have any discussion about the consent agenda. So does that mean the audience can't talk, discuss it either?
Well, they can comment, I guess.
Okay.
Right,
Okay.
they can comment only. There's no discussion.
Okay.
I don't see any, so now you can make your motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Second.
All right, got the motion, second by Councilor Williams. Any further discussion? Well, we can't discuss it. Any further comments? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Consent agenda is approved, unanimous. All right, discussion. Discussion regarding the storm and our disaster recovery plan. This was actually the lead on this. Our city manager, Roger Chan. I'll turn it over to him, I guess, because I didn't know we were doing this yet. I thought we were putting our after action report and everything together, and we're going to have that as a major agenda item. Probably sometime, I don't know if it'd be the 18th, but I was thinking maybe April 4th or April 1st, whatever that date is.
Yeah.
But
And that's totally fine with me. I just made a note shortly after the big ice event because there was so much chatter out there about what we did or did not do and people accusing us of doing nothing. So I just put it out there for when we're ready to talk about it, just so we do.
okay.
Okay.
Yeah, just so everybody knows, our after action report is going to be a huge discussion.
Right.
Or presentation.
Right. And I thought it was important that the public know that, we weren't not going to do that.
Yes, we're definitely. But I have some of my department heads that haven't completed their after action, like Public Works. I mean, they're still working.
Oh, yes.
But
they're the ones who are still handling the tree stuff, man. Those guys have been nonstop.
Streets and the brush and, there's a lot of aspects around that brush pickup that, you know, we
Yeah.
never encountered before, you know, so we
Absolutely.
have to come back and address those things. And anyway, so
That's all.
we'll bring that one back up if that's okay.
Absolutely.
All right, so we'll go to 14, discussion regarding Charter Review Committee and request for applications for appointment to the committee. I have no notes. Mr. Davila, you have something to comment? I do know that we have finally got, sorry, Mr. Davila, I'm walking on you, but I do know in the last few days, we have actually finally got some applications coming in. There for a while, we had like one, and I think I've got 3 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5. We're up to 5 now.
I think we said that we needed 6 people to seat that committee. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I think we're approaching that.
What was our deadline?
Could be yeah, well, yeah, I think some of the people that have applied here recently were unaware that there was a deadline for the application. They didn't know that it was at the beginning of this month.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably why some of them are coming in later on. But I guess this is something that we're going to continue at the next meeting, right? When we actually do the committee selection.
Yes. Yeah. So we got to make sure people apply. Councilor Prince.
I went back and did a search through the news site and the city's Facebook page, and I can't find any announcements about call for application. And maybe I'm missing it. Did we actually do some public announcements calling for application to the Charter Review Committee?
You know, I can't say that I went and looked at, followed up to see if we did or not. I know we tasked that.
I mean, we talked about it in council, but if that's the only place that citizens have heard about it, maybe that's why we haven't had many applicants.
Yeah, that would explain it, wouldn't it? Yeah. Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple of things. The deadline that we had initially set was March the 1st, so that we could have those applications sent to, I'm assuming, to Councilmember Davila and I, since we're kind of co-liaisons for this committee. And I to date haven't gotten any. So if we've received some, I have not been sent those applications. So I was going to suggest, especially with the storm and folks being, understandably, having, other, more critical priorities, that we extend that. So glad to hear that, that we can do that perhaps to the Monday before the next council meeting. And then maybe we can have some conversation about what the review of those applicants will look like and who's going to be choosing who gets on that committee. Is it going to be Mr. Davila chooses 3, I choose 3? Maybe we could have some conversation on what that's going to look like.
Maybe that's something that we can decide on now, because actually the applications go to our city secretary. I know that I've gotten copies of most of the ones that have applied, if not all of them, and I think I have 5.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I was just looking at that. Sandra sent them to me, Roger, and Councilor Davila.
Okay.
So we just need to make sure that Councilor Marion gets those. There's 5 of them.
Yeah. But we can decide now, don't you think, Mayor, about how we do the selection process?
Sure. Well, it's a discussion item.
Yeah.
We can discuss it.
there are 6 of us, and if we're going to select 6, each one of us could select one, or like Councilor Marion was suggesting, maybe 3 and 3. She picked 3 and I picked 3. Whatever the council wants to do.
Yeah. Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I would assume that this would work much like it does with the other ones, where the two of y'all bring back recommendations for us to vote on. And quite frankly, I'm perfectly happy to leave it up to the two of y'all to work it out with each other, whether you each pick 3 on your own or you jointly review the applications and bring joint recommendations back. So that's thought number 1. Thought number 2, we absolutely should make sure that we're getting some kind of notification out that we're looking for people to apply. And then the last part that I would say is that, you know, last time I was kind of effusive about Mr. Davila and his leadership of the last charter review committee. I would be equally effusive about the people who served on that committee. I think they did a very good job. So I would encourage us to actively solicit the people that worked on it, for them to, if they're willing, for them to submit applications for review again, and see if we can't get some of those folks back who were very thoughtful of the last time that we did it.
Completely agree.
Councilor Prince, do you have a comment?
I'll second Mr. Sullivan's suggestion that we just let Mr. Davila and Ms. Marion go off and bring back 6 recommendations, and how they choose to get that 6, in my mind, is leave it up to them. That's the way we've done it with all other committees.
Yep. So y'all get together and arm wrestle, and the winner gets to pick 4, and the loser only gets to pick 2.
Can we just go ahead and call it now? I'm going to win.
Good luck with that one.
All right. I think y'all have y'all's direction. Anything else? Yes.
Well, I think we should explicitly decide on, is there a deadline for applications? And, you know, now that apparently we haven't notified the public that we're looking for applicants, when can we get that out? Is that over the weekend, or is it going to be Monday? And then should we wait until the following Monday? I think somehow, you know, again, unless I missed the announcement, we dropped the ball on getting the announcement out there.
Well, and I think we need an application. I don't think the application that was used for the other boards and commissions in the fall had charter review on there as an option.
Buried every time Meredith puts a new news feed, it gets buried. It gets pushed down, down, down.
Okay. All right. Hang on. I got my mic on, so we got side conversations going on here.
It might have been taken off after the deadline.
Okay.
Because
The ones that
I wanted to come off.
Council Marion, the ones that I've seen do have a place where they check off charter review.
Okay. So maybe there's one that does and one that doesn't. Good to know. Thank you.
I think it depends on the age of those documents that were used.
All right. So we'll get it reposted. I'm told that it was posted on Facebook and on the city webpage. But we'll make sure it's reposted.
And Mayor, if it's not too difficult, you trying to solicit folks who served last time, I think it would be helpful.
Okay.
If you think that makes sense.
Yeah.
Can we add that just to our suggestions to our 2 liaisons who are going to come back with a recommendation that they may want to go poll the 5 people who were on it before? Just leave it that simple.
Yeah, I think that might be an idea. I just also want to be cautious that our demographics have changed pretty significantly since the last time the charter was reviewed. And I would want to be careful that we don't put together the same exact committee, sans me, as the last time, so that we provide our current citizenry with an opportunity to apply for some of those seats as well.
Absolutely. I just was hoping that they would be in the mix and then you guys evaluate whether it makes, who makes sense.
All right. We good? All right. We will make sure. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. What's left?
Future agenda items.
Future agenda items. Dun, 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 dun.
Mayor, I have one that I need to add.
I have library expansion, peacemaker. Dun, dun, dun. Yes, Councilor Williams.
I need to add to, I need to replace a person on the Economic Development Committee. I had one person resign, so I have to fill a position on the Economic Development.
All right. Do you want? Are you shooting for next meeting?
Yes, for next meeting.
Go back, find my notes.
Mr. Mayor,
I know I had work session. Yes.
we need to have an item on the next agenda regarding the Nature's Point Development Agreement. The council discussed it, but they never brought it back and actually approved it. So yeah, it never got approved. So it needs to get approved. It needs to get considered and approved. Now that we know that, you know, this project's clearly has a much better chance of being a go than ever before. So,
Okay. Are you sure about that? I thought we'd already we had discussed that, like.
we discussed it probably 40, not 40 times, probably at least 3 or 4 times. The final version of it was discussed, but it did not get, it was a discussion item only. And Laura Canada Lewis and I have both cringed that it's not done.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
All right. Okay, Nature's Point. Yes. Councilor Prince.
You may be trying to think of these, but we had 2 discussions tonight about work sessions that were pretty critical. First was the park plan and budget.
Yes.
And then the overall street plan, which
yes.
Trumps just about everything else on our potential agenda list at this point.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's see. Charter review for next meeting. Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got a few. We had discussed potentially having an item on the agenda for the detail level of the minutes. I think you and I and Ms. Barton had that email thread. I don't think that's critical, doesn't need to be on right away, but I would like it to be on our time horizon.
Okay.
And then, another one was in these next 2 are with regard to working with KLVB. They're just very, very concerned about the trash that's being sent around the city from contractor sites. And number 1, they'd like to know what KLVB can do to help city staff police the situation. And the second item maybe is a little bit more detailed, and that is they'd like to have a discussion about the current ordinances that are in place that are supposed to control contractors and what we can do about better enforcement of the items that we already have to control contractor trash and so forth. So I'll throw those out there for consideration for future meetings.
Okay.
Roy, do you want to chime in on what's happening at Building and Standards with regard to those issues?
Yeah, there's a large variety of things that have been brought. you know, in terms of ordinance policy changes and those sort of things. The chair of the Buildings and Standards Commission determined that we're going to take all that material and create a subcommittee and start tackling that. Now there's one thing that they brought up that's kind of in place but not getting used, and that's our complaint form that's on the website. You know, the issue apparently is a lot of our citizens don't know where it is, but that is probably the best tool we have for being able to respond quickly to that sort of thing, and we need people to use it. It's the most efficient thing we have. And
Roy, is that the same thing that you can access through the city app to submit a complaint?
yes, sir. There's a flaw with that. You know, Josh worked on the app himself, and the only people that get the automatic notification from the app is me and Josh. And we've been trying to get that changed. We finally got the contact information for the app developer, and we contacted him a couple of times to make those corrections. He hadn't done it yet. So if the truth be known, we kind of like the website better right now, but that will change.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Williams. And of course, not discussing it tonight, but there's two parts to that discussion. One is better enforcement of existing ordinances, and the other part is changes needed to the ordinances.
Right, and some of it's policy issues about when we're going to, we have forms that we're requiring now, but you know, our ordinance now lists inspections, and that, you know, the inspection of the dumpster and all that is not in there. So we need to add that so that that is the first inspection. Where's your dumpster? That sort of thing.
Councilor Williams?
One thing that could be helpful is for development services to maybe have another job inspector that can do both job inspections and also do some code enforcement. So I don't know if we can have that as a discussion item on our next meeting.
That sounds like a budget item thing.
It is, and we have reached the point where we have we're doing contract inspections at our level now that would pay for 2 inspectors, not 1. Mr. Davila brought that up years ago when it wasn't there. We lapped it recently. I mean, we didn't. When we passed it with a vengeance.
I would suggest, again, this just falls under the enforcement of ordinances, and if it needs to have a budget item piece of that discussion, then let's include it in that discussion.
Yes, sir. We were just waiting on you guys to get caught up with all the disaster stuff.
All right. Is that it for future agenda items? Councilor Davila?
Yeah, this isn't a future agenda item. This is just a comment that I was going to make. I posted on Facebook about how to use the app for making reports about code violations and that sort of thing. When I first brought this back from TML a year ago, I learned that a lot of cities were doing what we're doing now. And I don't know if you can see the app, but right here it says submit report. It's got a little camera icon, and that's what really makes this work well, is that you can actually take a picture of the violation that you think you're observing and turn that in. The one thing that I liked about the city that actually brought this to TML a year ago is that they had an app on their phones also, but instead of calling it submit report, it was called report it with a bang. And I think that got people's attention.
All right, Councilor Marion, you have something for the future?
Yes, Mayor. Just a reminder that last week I asked if on a future agenda we could talk about an animal cruelty ordinance here in Lago Vista. So just a reminder if we can put that on a future agenda item. Again, it's, wouldn't want to put it off too far, but I also recognize that we want to make sure that our agendas as much as possible don't get too unwieldy. And then just to follow up on the app, I think the only thing I would say very, a great idea, but you can't submit a complaint if you don't have a picture. And I wonder if there might be some way to edit that so that if someone sees something in the dead of night and can't get a picture, they don't have to go back to wherever it was, some other day to be able to do that.
If it's designed that way, that's not intentional. It was supposed to be just like the website where it's optional. But we like I said, the staff that's here now is, in fact, the gentleman that is doing that is the GIS manager. He's been out quite a bit lately. He's got a family emergency he's dealing with, but I'm glad you told me because we weren't aware of that. We were aware of the other flaw, not this one.
All right, is that it? We ready to go to executive session? Y'all thought y'all were done, didn't y'all? Y'all forgot about the G&A. Ms. DeVoe, did you have something for future?
Yes, I did. Could I ask you guys to look into why we don't have a senior center or something like that? During these last storms, I found a really high demand for seniors, and a lot of them because they're not on Facebook and stuff. And as I drive back and forth to Oklahoma, I see little tiny towns with senior centers, and we're a pretty good sized town. And we have nothing to keep track of our elderly. And so I'm really hoping that somewhere down the line here, before we have another emergency, that we do something that helps the elderly either get out or get informed or something. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is that we done there? All right. Where's my outline? All right. We shall convene into a closed executive session pursuant to sections 551.071 advice of counsel, 551.072 real property, 551.074 personnel, section 551.087 economic development, Texas Government Code, and section 1.05 Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct regarding G, discussion regarding Lago Vista Property Owners Association request for payment, and H, consultation with attorney regarding concession services agreement with Dustin and Chelsea Martin doing business as the Bunker Bar and Grill. And we convene at 12:32 a.m. And if y'all are still around, we'll come back.
I've had enough fun. I'm heading out.
Me
Hi,
too.
Darcy.
I think I'm done. I'm all cooked.
Good night, Diane. Diane.
Good night, you guys. Thanks. Good meeting. Very good meeting.
Night, Darcy.
Roger, are you still there or are you frozen?
1, 2, 3. Missing Dave. 1.
Go get it started.
There he is.
There he is.
All right. So, where's my thing? Where's my page? All right. We reconvene from executive session into open session at 1:01 a.m. to act as deemed appropriate in city council's discretion regarding, before we go to each individual item, would you like to give the audience a brief overview of what we discussed?
Sure. I gave legal advice regarding our position on paying for POA fees by a governmental organization. And I provided council with an update regarding past due amounts by our concession services provider at the golf course.
All right. Does anybody in the audience have any comments on those two items? I don't see any. All right. So take any necessary action regarding Lago Vista POA. Yes, Sullivan.
Mr. Mayor, I'd make a motion that we direct Ms. Silvera to send a memorandum of understanding around the payment to the LVPOA board. Did I get it? Okay.
Second.
All right, so I got the motion and the second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. And any necessary action regarding concession services agreement?
Yes, sir. I would make a motion that we direct Ms. Silvera to send a demand letter with regard to the payment as discussed in executive session to the concessionaire at the golf course.
Second.
All right, I have the motion and the second by Councilor Davila. Any further comments, discussion? Yes, Mr. Prince.
I think there was a discussion to have a 60-day due period on that payment. So if Mr. Sullivan, you're willing to amend your motion with that?
Yes, sir. Completely agree, and I would amend my motion to reflect that.
Second.
All right, I have the motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion carries unanimous. And I have here adjournment. I hereby call this meeting adjourned at 1:04 a.m.
It's not a new record.
Not a new record. But it's still a lot later than I wanted to be here.
Good night.
See you guys.
Bye.
Oh, hey, it's 7.